Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Alcos, Ms. Amato, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Chun, Ms. Cochran, Mr. Evslin, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garrett, Ms. Grandinetti, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Holt, Mr. Hussey, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Iligan, Ms. Iwamoto, Ms. Kahaloa, Ms. Capella, Ms. Kohokapu Liloy, Mr. Kila, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Kong, Mr. Kush, Ms. Lachika, Ms. Lamosao, Mr. Lee, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Miyake, Ms. Morikawa, Mr. Muraoka, Mr. Olds, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirik,
Excused.
Ms. Poe, Mr. Quinlan, Ms. Reyes Oda, Mr. Sayama, Mr. Shimizu, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takayama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Ms. Templo, Mr. Todd, Mr. Ward,
Excused.
Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita. Madam Speaker.
Here.
Madam Speaker, 49 members are present, 2 are excused.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Item number 2, reading of the journal. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, may this matter be deferred.
So ordered. Item number 3, messages from the governor. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
Madam Speaker, there are none.
Item number 4, Senate communications. Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of communications transmitting the noted Senate bills, all having passed third reading in the Senate.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Senate bills laying on the clerk's desk pass first reading by title.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded the Senate bills laying on the clerk's desk pass first reading by title. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Introductions. Members, are there any introductions? Let's move on then to Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce some members from my staff. I have my office manager, Carol Ka'apu, and my session help. She's actually an intern volunteer, Kylie Higashi. Would you stand and be recognized? Welcome to your House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, if I may, I have another friend that I'd like to recognize, Linda Miyata. Would you like to stand and be recognized? Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Kila.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the West Side representatives, it is our pleasure, as we don't get to often welcome residents from the West Side of Oahu, resident of Maili and lifelong resident of the West Side of Oahu, small business owner, Uncle Kekai. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Kahaloa.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. I would like to introduce you and the members of the House to self-advocates and advocates of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, and they're sponsoring the 25th Annual Day at the Capitol event in celebration of the contributions people with developmental disabilities make to our community. March is Development Disabilities Awareness Month, a national campaign to raise public awareness about the abilities and strengths of individuals with developmental disabilities. This year, the self-advocates from across the state created their own theme to commemorate DD Awareness Month, Respect Yourself and All People with Disabilities. Today, we're happy to welcome some self-advocates if they did not miss their flights this morning. I know there were delays across the state. And from West Hawaii, we have with us in the gallery today members from the Arc of Kona, Roy Corpuz, Caitlin Loreno, Lois Phillip. If they're here, please stand. Shannon Salas, Noel Trim, and Zach Trim from the Full Life Hawaii. Danette Sonoda and Auntie Cookie Ford. Are they here today or they did miss their flights? Well, we do have advocates in the gallery today, so if you will stand for those representing the Developmental Disability Day, which is mostly tomorrow, but some are here early. So thank you for being here today and welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Shimizu for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to recognize another supporter that I saw, Cheryl Toyofuku. Would you stand and be recognized? Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Poipoi.
Thank you, Speaker. I also wanted to welcome self-advocates that may have come over from Molokai this morning. I don't know if they made it on their plane. I think I see Natalie Greenleaf. Hi, Natalie. Also, Rebecca Wright, Henry Freitas, Brandon Rennie Wong, Ernest Kapu, and Lindell Kaupu. Welcome to the House of Representatives if you're not here, but they will be here for tomorrow's event. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
Madam Speaker, I'd just like to welcome Kat Brady and Henry Curtis to your House of Representatives. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
If there are no further introductions, let's move on to the order of the day. Part 1, Consent Calendar. Members, we are on Part 1 of the Consent Calendar. Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House bills for the third reading by consent calendar.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any questions? All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion is carried. We're going to move on now to 5A, Unfinished Business, third reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 2 through 18 and that the House bills listed on pages 2 through 22, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Members, there will be no discussion as these are items agreed to by this body for placement on the consent calendar. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Garcia.
On the measure before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all votes been cast? Said House bills pass third reading. Members, please remember to submit to the clerk the list of House bills on the consent calendar for which you will be inserting written comments in support or in opposition. This must be done by adjournment of today's floor session. Members, we have a short recess prior to convening the ordinary calendar. Recess subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Members, we are on page 23, Part 2, Ordinary Calendar, Item 5B, Unfinished Business. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 23 through 28, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with HSCR number 1006? Representative Iwamoto.
With reservations?
So ordered. (1007). Representative Iwamoto.
With reservations?
So ordered. 1014. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
I want to thank the introducer of this well-intended bill. I totally agree with on principle. My opposition is based on testimony from the counties of Maui and Hawaii Island, which expressed the unresolved problems they would have if this bill is passed, and their inability to comply with the requirements of this bill. So to protect their interests, I am opposing this bill. Thank you.
That was 1014.
SCR 1014, yes.
Thank you. Any further comments? Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1015. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Speaker. Going back to SCR 1014.
Okay, let's finish up SCR 1015. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill will pass along wildfire negligence costs from HEI and HECO to consumers. That is a disservice to a community already injured by fire that has the highest electric rates in the nation. The electric company wanted to meet with me about why we should pass on all of these costs to our ratepayers, our constituents. They want to make sure that we're all ready to pay their bill. Yet Scott Siu, the CEO of Hawaii Electric Industries, earned $958,333 in salary, and his total compensation is $5.4 million. And Shelley Kimura, the president and CEO of a HECO subsidiary of HEI, earned $575,000 in salary with a total compensation of $1.47 million. The House has spent hundreds of millions of dollars already because of the wildfire. I can't vote yes to let a for-profit entity pass along its debt to the public it serves. Given our current administration and controlled by rich corporate owners and CEOs who I am told I should not call out as influential donating oligarchs, we must stand up for the rights of the middle class and vote no on utility securitization bills. To do anything less is to support the oligarchy. My constituents are being ravaged by corporate interests. We must not rubber stamp this or any bill for the powerful special interests, and I refuse to let a for-profit entity pass along its debt to the public it's supposed to be serving. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. And I do so on behalf of the ratepayers and the future claimants who may suffer injury and damage from the next fire that might come about. The utilities, when they were questioned during the hearings, they did not set forth a clear path on how they would get their shareholders to divvy up their share or 50% of the fund. It was mentioned that they might be able to sell some assets like to Melco or the Maui utility, but if they did that, it would mean that the ratepayer revenue that they were also counting on wouldn't be theirs. You know what I'm saying? So yes, they might put in as a shareholder, but now they've just cut out a ratepayer portion. And I just want to end by quoting something that the AG brought up. They said that if the fund's available monies are less than 50% of the aggregate liability limit as defined in this bill, the fund will only make payments to participating utilities, not claimants. So it would totally wipe out any claim by claimant. Monies would just go to utilities. For that reason, I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Representative Cochrane.
Thank you, Speaker. And yes, I rise in opposition to this bill. And previous last year, it's basically, for me, balancing, the bill of HICO, MICO on the backs of the ratepayers, is in particular the fire survivors of Lahaina, like myself. And so I completely have a hard no on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lachica.
Madam Speaker, in opposition.
Please proceed.
Same reason, Hawaii's families are already struggling with the rising cost of living, rising food costs, skyrocketing insurance, particularly for my communities, rising property insurance, condo insurance, and to me, I can't complain. Hawaiian Electric has really done a great job in responding to the wildfire, as well as responding to a lot of the power outages and being responsive to our community. And I do agree that we really need to fund the Wildfire Recovery Fund. It's a very important financial resource. But just having our residents and the ratepayers being the first stop for shouldering the $500 million when there's just so many folks struggling, it's just probably not the balanced approach that we need at this time. Mahalo.
Okay, Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
First, I want to request to insert comments in the journal because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this bill and what it's doing. And I won't go into a lot of detail here, but
so ordered.
I think there's some things that need to be corrected on the record. I will say there's a lot of work to still be done on this bill, and there's a lot of answers that we still need from HICO, but the underlying intention is to help improve the financial situation of the utility, which impacts ratepayers, because if the utility has a terrible credit rating, they cannot access capital at a reasonable rate, and that becomes rate-based. That's already how rates work. And so the idea of this measure, if it has the intended effect, which again, we're still trying to figure out whether it will or not, is that it would be less cost to ratepayers to be able to shore up the utilities' financial situation, improve their credit rating, and then allow them to move forward with ongoing needs they have for wildfire mitigation plan, for implementing that, for other infrastructure improvements to increase resilience at a cost that won't be punitive to ratepayers. I guess as a worst case scenario, again, there's a lot of uncertainties and a lot of moving parts, so it's certainly a work in progress. But there is a scenario where we don't pass this, there's still a need for capital to be accessed and money to be borrowed, and that costs ratepayers more because they're not able to get a good interest rate on it. And so I think it's hard to know what the impact to ratepayers is against sort of a counterfactual that we can't really predict, and that's the trickiness in trying to figure out this bill. But I want people to understand the fundamental, reason why we're considering it and what we're trying to do.
Any further comments? Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as in support with reservations, and I have submitted a green
Please proceed.
Thank you. I had submitted a green slip, so I would like to recall that. And I am revising my position, acknowledging the powerful testimony that was provided by previous speakers, but also considering in this time of great uncertainty with the federal situation, I think that the chair of EEP makes a really important argument, and for that reason, I am voting with reservations. Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none, we're going to move back to Standing Committee Report number 1014, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm going to vote with reservations. There's opposition from our Maui County mayor, and so that's what I wanted to revisit for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving to the top of page 24, Standing Committee Report 1016. Standing Committee Report 1018. 1022. Top of page 25, Standing Committee Report 1023. Representative La Chica.
Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
Every year, we appropriate hundreds of millions of dollars towards our capital improvement projects to improve the schools in each of our districts. But currently, we have no central system to be able to track these projects. This bill would enable us to do that, give us access to the data to track the school facilities conditions, enrollment capacity, as well as track the progress of various capital improvement projects in our district. It would provide us with an annual report to the legislature, as well as to the superintendent and the Board of Education. This helps us make better decisions, as well as grants transparency for where taxpayer monies will go. So just wanted to mahalo the chairs of education as well as finance for helping this bill go through. Mahalo.
Okay, moving on to Standing Committee Report 1025. 1026. 1027. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in with reservations.
Please proceed.
This bill would provide an exemption to collecting general excise taxes whenever a nonprofit school conducts a fundraiser, and the various committees received testimony from many of the private schools, including many of our representing and mentioning fun activities like the Punahou Carnival, which I've been to, as many of us have been to, many times. If we're going to be handing out GET exemptions, I would prefer that we do so to needs, basic need, things like medical and hygiene supplies. Those should get the GET exemptions, not luxury experiences like the Punahou Carnival. Furthermore, the nonprofit activity like a Punahou Carnival, many people don't go to the carnival and then and eat the food there and then turn around and then go to a movie and have popcorn. Basically, those events that are seeking tax exemption, they are competing with businesses that actually do collect GET and are going to pay GET. So because of that competition, because it's not a necessity, I raise concerns. Thanks.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1029. At the top of page 26, Standing Committee Report 1031. 1032. Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support, brief
Please
remarks.
proceed.
Madam Speaker, this bill is critically important, I believe, to how we continue to manage our lands. We're going to be taking up a number of measures regarding the agricultural district, but really this bill is the first step that we need to take to really understand what we have. And what I appreciate about this bill was that at the Waterland Committee, it was amended to ensure that when conducting the study, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development would clearly define and prioritize the protection of productive agricultural lands, including adopting measures to ensure agricultural lands designated for agricultural production are not compromised for short-term developmental needs, and also including direct input from the agricultural community in the land use study process. Again, this is a really critical first step as we remain concerned about issues of food security and overdevelopment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kahaloa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
And may I adopt the words from the representative from Makiki?
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1034. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition and request brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
This bill essentially kills the current New Aloha Stadium Entertainment District development, a project which has been years in the making and is set to be finalized by the end of June this year. As we know and understand, the wheels of government do turn at a slower pace with many obstacles and challenges, and I would encourage patience to see this project through this important milestone. If this bill passes to end the NACID project, the millions that have been invested to this point will go down the drain and quite possibly subject the state to legal ramifications and reimbursement charges from the development team in place. I'm guessing that liability would be in the several millions as well. Additionally, I believe this would put a very ugly stain on the state's reputation. The global business and development community will view the state of Hawaii as a very untrustworthy partner, which will greatly affect our standing and be detrimental for future interests from construction and development partners. The state's options for future projects working arrangements will be significantly reduced and limited, which will affect cost outcomes. To consider a relocation to the university campus, it is my understanding that the university is not soliciting for and is not encouraging this project. The campus footprint and infrastructure is limited and will not accommodate the stadium requirements. The displacement caused by a relocation of this magnitude would create a rippling effect, adding to the cost of the stadium project itself. There will be a significant delay as we reset the clock, and the targeted 2028 University of Hawaii football season will no longer be doable. Who knows how long it will take to get up to speed with planning, environmental impact studies, legislative agreement, which might be the lengthiest factor, funding in addition to construction duration. I suggest we adopt the Water and Land Chair's bold and creative amendment, which redirected the project back to the Halava site, reappropriated funds to prevent lapsing of the current funding, authorizes the ability to sell naming rights with related signage and income stream, allows accepting other private donations. In general, Madam Speaker, this measure is untimely, counterproductive, and not advantageous to the state. I ask you to please vote this down. Thank you.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 1494 HD3 because this bill is both practical and necessary to safeguard the future of UH athletics. For 5 years, we have been promised a world-class replacement for Aloha Stadium, one that would elevate UH football and serve the broader community. And let me be clear, we all deserve a world-class stadium, but we also have a responsibility to live within our means and make fiscally responsible decisions. The financial reality of the new Aloha Stadium Entertainment District, or NASED, has shifted dramatically. At a recent Senate hearing, the developer acknowledged a funding shortfall of several $100 million, raising the risk of this project turning into a costly boondoggle. While we hope NASED can move forward without additional taxpayer funds, hope alone is not a strategy. If this deal collapses, it would be an unmitigated disaster for UH football. And now the situation has become more uncertain. Today, President Trump's new 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from Canada and Mexico went into effect. These are obviously critical materials for stadium construction, and rising costs will only make an already underfunded project even more difficult to complete. Without a permanent stadium solution, UH will be forced to spend tens of millions of dollars just to replace the current temporary bleachers with yet another set of temporary bleachers, a stopgap measure that is neither sustainable nor befitting a Division I program. This isn't just about football. It's about ensuring our student athletes and our university are not left behind due to poor planning and misplaced optimism on our part. At some point, we must face the reality of the hand we've been dealt. As the saying goes, we need to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And unfortunately, right now, the NASED project is looking more and more like a bad hand, one that could leave us with nothing if we don't act now. Meanwhile, the $350 million allocated for NASED is set to lapse this summer without a signed deal. If that happens, reappropriating these funds could take years, if the political will even exists to do so. This bill is not about giving up hope on a new stadium. It's about ensuring that we have a responsible contingency plan before it's too late. This bill offers a practical Plan B, potentially transforming Clarence T. Ching Field into a permanent facility that can sustain UH football if NASED's grand vision does not materialize. I won't stand here and claim that this bill is a perfect solution, but it is the responsible one. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we must balance our aspirations with financial prudence to ensure UH football has a stable, sustainable future. Madam Speaker, a vote to support HB 1494 is a vote to protect UH football, our student athletes, and our state's commitment to higher education and athletics. Thank you.
Representative Hussey.
In support.
Please proceed.
And with due respect to my colleague from Honolulu, I'd like to please request that the words from the representative from Manoa be inserted into the journal as my own.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support, and I would like to insert the words of the representative from Manoa into the record as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Grandinetti.
Same request and brief comment.
Please proceed.
I just want to add that most large cities are willing to spend really big to attract professional sports teams. And even still, research has shown that almost no large stadium complex is making a significant return on investments for the cities in which they're sited. So given that we don't have a large professional sports team, I really don't see this as being a smart investment for the people of Hawaii. Thank you.
Representative Alcos.
With reservations.
Please proceed.
I do like that, we need to give University of Hawaii a bigger stadium, something now and waiting 5 years from now. But I also believe that Hawaii should be one of the sports complex in the Pacific, and to build a big stadium, bigger parks, more sports facilities, and bring in more tourism to the state of Hawaii. I believe that some other states cannot make it, but Hawaii is different. I feel that when we had the Pro Bowl, we brought a lot of tourism here, thrive our economy. I think we can do it with Hawaii being the, Hawaii being the sports hub of the Pacific, and maybe even get the Pacific Rim to help put the finance into the building of our sports complex. doesn't always have to come straight from our state funding. But to have something, to lose the Aloha Stadium, it was our central location for not just University of Hawaii, the swap meet, the kids in our communities, to have a venue somewhere in a central or on the west, someplace close by. I think it's a need. I think that we got to work on something like this, and Hawaii sells itself. A lot of people want to come here and train. It's all year round. So that's the only reason why for reservations. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments.
Are you still in support?
I am still in opposition.
So ordered. Please proceed.
I appreciate the comments that were shared, and I'd like to clarify that we as a legislature, I was not part of this, but we made a commitment to the developers, to the bidding process, and the development is not just a stadium, it is an entertainment district. So the strategy around that is to generate an entertainment district that does not rely just on sports events happening at the stadium. It is designed to attract other types of venues, concerts, a whole array. If you were to see the developer's presentation, you would see that it is not just sports centered. There are definitely arguments for and against supporting this bill or supporting the current NACID project. And I would argue that the comments that I previously made would have more standing and make a stronger argument for continuing with the NACID project. Thank you.
Any further comments? If not, we're going to move on to Standing Committee Report 1037. Moving on to the top of page 27, Standing Committee Report 1038. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill with reservations and brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
My reservation is based on the testimony from the State Historical Preservation Division that requested the use of third-party reviews be at its discretion instead of mandated. And also, they testified that complicated projects may not be appropriate to be assigned to third-party reviewers and should stay with SHPD for liability issues. So I just wanted to highlight that concern. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So I've been noticing that we have a tendency to underfund departments, and we follow through by putting artificial deadlines on them, which then trigger the department to hire a private third-party consultant to do the work that we underfunded them to not be able to do. Which actually then makes it much more difficult for the department to fill the vacancies because now everyone who they would have gone to or who could have done the job is now getting paid much more through a private company. And so it just perpetuates this cycle, and I'd rather not see this kind of privatization of work that could and should have been done by state workers. Thank you.
Representative Belatti.
Thank you. Just noting my reservations and based upon the representations by the representative from Moanalua and from Kaka'ako. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. I rise with reservations. In Maui County, we hired archaeologists specifically to vet through permitting, to deem if it had to go through SHPD. And so that helped kind of alleviate and, push our permitting faster. So, this third party, I kind of, it's kind of sketchy to me who they are, what, how culturally, astute are they to to our sensitivity to where we're from. And so, yeah, I see the need, but again, I want to make sure that it's done properly with the right people in mind. Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
With reservations.
So ordered. Okay, we're going to move on then to Standing Committee Report number one. Oh, excuse
I'm
me,
sorry, Madam
Representative Iwamoto for the second time.
Actually, I'm sorry. If we can go back to 1037 when you're ready.
Okay, sure. So we're going to move back to Standing Committee Report 1037. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. We're moving to Standing Committee Report 1039. Standing Committee Report 1040. Standing Committee Report 1042. To the top of page 28, Standing Committee Report, are you 1046? Oh, okay.
1042.
We're right to 1042, Representative Garcia.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Matsumoto.
With reservations.
So ordered.
Permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1046, 1047, Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. 1049. Standing Committee Report 1050, 1051.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Reservations.
On 1051, so ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations and brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
My reservation is from testimony that stated if a child is not considered abused or neglected due to poverty, then that child would not receive any help or services. If that is the case, there needs to be some careful review to see that children in need of help and services are not inadvertently overlooked because of this new assessment. I yield. Thank you.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Martin.
Thank you. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Currently, children are not taken away from their homes in Hawaii solely due to poverty, but due to community concerns. The point of this bill is to clarify that. I do appreciate that there was a lot of thought about the wording, and there were amendments that my colleague may or may not be aware of, made to make sure that children are not left in a dangerous situation just because the family is poor, that they are removed from any situation where they might be at risk or danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on.
Speaker, can we get a quick recess?
Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 23, STANCOM report number 1015, HB number 982, HD3, the following vote no. Amato, Cochran, Iwamoto, La Chica, Poi Poi. On page 24, STANCOM report number 1016, HB number 1295, HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 26, STANCOM report number 1034, HB number 1494, HD3, the following vote no. Holt, Kong, Tam. On page 27, STANCOM report number 1038, HB number 830, HD2, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. And on page 28, STANCOM report number 1046, HB number 350, HD2, Rep. Martin votes no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 23, SCR 1006, HB 925, House Draft 3, Reps. Garcia and Shimizu vote no. SCR 1014, HB 751, HD 2, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu vote no. SCR 1015, HB 982, HD 3, Garcia votes no. Page 24, SCR 1016, HB 1295, HD 2, Garcia votes no. Page 25, SCR 1029, HB 1171, HD 2, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. Page 26, SCR 1031, HB 86, HD 2, Muraoka votes no. SCR 1032, HB 778, HD 2, Garcia votes no. SCR 1034, HB 1494, HD 3, Reps. Garcia and Shimizu vote no. SCR 1037, HB 741, HD 2, Rep. Muraoka votes no. Page 27, SCR 1039, HB 1294, HD 2, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1040, HB 1298, HD 3, Rep. Muraoka votes no. And on page 28, SCR 1050, HB 256, HD 2, Garcia votes no.
Have all votes been cast? Said House bill passed third reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 29 through 33, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with HSCR number 1053? Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Standing Committee Report 1054. Representative Alcos.
Reservations.
So ordered. 1056, Representative Matsumoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, request for a ruling on a potential conflict.
Please proceed.
Thank you. In the abundance of caution, Madam Speaker, I'm requesting a determination of whether I have a conflict of interest pursuant to our House rules related to House Bill 36, inasmuch as the law firm that employs me litigated the matter of Sheldon Halleck in this state. I was an active attorney on this case, and the Halleck case is actively cited to as a reason for the introduction of House Bill 36 by the mother and family of Sheldon Halleck. The case has long since been resolved before the introduction of House Bill 36. My firm is no longer actively retained by the family of Sheldon Halleck, nor has any work been done by my law firm on House Bill 36. May I request a ruling on a potential conflict, Madam Speaker?
Thank you for consulting with our attorneys in advance of today's session. Rep. Belatti, no conflict, and this will apply to the remainder of this session.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Garcia.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
Same request.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1058.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Colleagues, over the years, we have dealt with many different types of labeling and truth in labeling legislation. Today, I stand before you in strong support of this proposed do not flush legislation, and just want to take a minute to let you know why it's important. This is a very necessary and urgent measure to protect our Hawaii's fragile ecosystem, marine life, and public health. This bill is not just about plumbing or wastewater management. It's about safeguarding the very essence of our islands, our pristine waters, our coral reefs, and the well-being of our future generations. Hawaii is unique, not just in its beauty, but in its vulnerability. Our wastewater systems were not designed to handle non-biodegradable materials like wipes, yet they're being marketed as flushable. People believe this and every day flush these items down the toilet, leading to clogged sewer lines, costly repairs, and most critically, contamination of our oceans. One single flush wipe can tangle in pipes, causing backups that release raw sewage into our environment. When these materials break down, they contribute to microplastic pollution, harming marine life, and threatening our fishing and tourism industries. This legislation is not about an inconvenience, it's about a responsibility. Across the state, across the country, states and municipalities are recognizing the dangers of improper flushing by enacting laws to prevent it. Congress is also looking into this, and Hawaii must do the same by requiring clear labeling on products, increasing public awareness, and improving wastewater regulations. We can prevent costly damage and protect our waters for generations to come. We have a duty to honor our islands, our ancestors, and our keiki, and passing this legislation is a step toward a cleaner, healthier Hawaii. Thank you.
Standing Committee Report 1059. Moving to the top of page 30, Standing Committee Report 1061. Representative Iwamoto.
I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't find much testimony supporting why this bill was needed. HHFDC did provide one paragraph. That was the most minimal testimony I've ever seen. But what really concerns me about this bill is that it exempts potentially the developer from complying with HRS 516 and 516D. Both of those statutes contain many consumer protection safeguards, and I would not want to see, and even though this is a hypothetical future, I would not want to see the consumers who purchase housing from those developers to be without recourse. Thank you very much.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1065, Representative Grandinetti.
Thank you, Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This bill establishes a standard to ensure that when tenants are displaced by 201H projects financed with state and federal funds, their needs are met and their rights are respected. It requires that the developer provide relocation assistance or the right of first refusal in a comparable unit in the completed development, as well as ongoing communication and information. This bill is really close to my heart because almost exactly 2 years ago, I was involved in organizing the 130 households at Kapiolani Village Apartments who were evicted to make way for Ku'ilei Place. Those tenants were living in aging but very actually affordable housing. And then the second they received their eviction notice, they had to fight the developer every step of the way for the relocation assistance that they deserved, knowing that when this project was completed, even though it was a workforce housing project and kind of held up as a model of what development should look like, they wouldn't be able to afford a unit in the completed project. Some of these tenants were disabled kupuna, others were college students or service workers, and I got to spend a lot of time with them, get to know them, do some really hard work together, and then watch them face the reality of being displaced. And then their homes sat vacant for almost 2 years until Kapiolani Village apartments were recently broken down. Today, we see a very similar fight at Kuhio Park Terrace, where public housing tenants are being temporarily displaced for the mixed income redevelopment of their homes. And I really want to highlight their hard work on this bill, which is why I'm standing up now. Some of these tenants have lived at KPT for their entire lives, and they're not against redevelopment. They just want to make sure that when it's completed, they get to return to their home. As public housing tenants, they have the right to return, but they've had to organize to make sure that this is carried out properly, and as of today, there are still serious issues with that process. But the good thing is that with process, we can, amend, develop, and improve, and so they've shown up 3 times so far to testify and remind us that when we're talking about housing production, we're not just talking about units, we're talking about people and communities, aunties who are, keeping kids in check, kids who want to stay with their friends at school. We're talking about access to community and youth programs, and an entire community that is looking out for each other. So I think we should do everything we can to make sure that we respect those relationships to place and community. And I want to acknowledge and commend this body for making really significant efforts to produce more affordable housing, increase density, speed up housing production, but we also have to acknowledge that many people in our community are questioning whether this development is for them. And I think that this bill is a good first step in showing our constituents that we are really serious about doing development without displacement, and that even though we might be pushing for pretty significant changes to their neighborhoods, we don't want the communities who make them special to have to change. This bill has a lot of support from across the stakeholder spectrum, from the tenants themselves to HHFDC to the Chamber of Commerce, and so I'm really grateful to the chairs for helping me with this bill, and as it moves to the Senate, I hope we can continue conversation and hopefully implement even further protections for these tenants. Thank you so much.
Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to also extend my thanks to the chairs and to my colleague.
In support or?
In support, yes, strong support.
Thank you. Please
also,
proceed.
thank my colleague from Kaimuki, Kapahulu, for her work on this bill. As she mentioned, this bill is very important to the people in my community in Kalihi at KPT, who simply want to maintain their sense of community. So thank you very much for moving this forward.
Representative Peruso.
In support. And I'd simply like to enter the words of the representative from Kaimuki and the representative from Kalihi into the record as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
In support, Madam Speaker, and same request. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1066. Representative Souza.
Madam Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to 1061? Thank you.
Sure. Why don't we finish up with 1066, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Let's move back then to Standing Committee Report 1061, Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
With reservations.
So ordered. Representative Beladi.
Thank you. With reservations as well. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1067. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
With respect to the introducer, I agree that excessive speeding is a safety concern. However, from serving on the Public Safety Committee, we are trying to move from a punitive model to a rehabilitative corrections system, which will better help our people and not unnecessarily overload our jail facilities. This bill increases punitive sentencing. As an example, a judge can currently sentence jail time from 10 days to 30 days maximum, which according to the Office of the Public Defender, 30 days max is hardly ever given out. This bill would mandate a minimum 30-day jail sentence time, and this is just one example among other increased sentencing requirements. I oppose because it appears the new sentencing requirements may be excessive, and I, again, give my regards and respect to the introducer, but those are my reasons for opposition. Thank you, I yield.
Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Same request.
So ordered. Okay, we're going to move on to Standing Committee Report 1071. 1073. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support. I'd like to start by thanking the Chair of Education, who's also the introducer of this measure. Charter schools need to have the right to appeal directly to the Board of Education on matters regarding schools' operations, governance, and funding. I support this and reaffirm my support for this bill to help our charter schools. They provide parents with choices and fill an important role in our communities, reaching many students that are currently unreachable in the current DOE system. It is not only my hope that this will pass all the way through the ledge, but also that we can eventually give charter schools compensation per student that is in parity with DOE-run schools. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1074. 1075. 1077. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Bill 194.
Please proceed.
I rise today in strong support of House Bill 194, House Draft 1, which seeks to designate May 22nd of each year as Maritime Day in the state of Hawaii. I am proud to have introduced this bill as a part of our caucus package for our newly formed Maritime Caucus, which I have the pleasure of co-chairing alongside the senator from Hilo. This measure not only celebrates Hawaii's rich seafaring heritage, but also recognizes the indispensable role the maritime industry plays in our daily lives. As an island state in the middle of the Pacific, we rely on our maritime workers to keep our shelves stocked and our economy moving. Hawaii's connection to the sea is profound and enduring, from our earliest Polynesian navigators who traversed vast oceans to the modern harbors that serve as the lifeline of our state. Our maritime history runs deep. Today, our ports remain the critical gateway for food, clothing, fuel, construction materials, and countless other essentials. However, none of this would be possible without the hardworking men and women who keep our harbors running. Dock workers, port operators, ship crews, and logistics personnel work tirelessly, often in challenging and hazardous conditions, to ensure that goods flow seamlessly to every corner of our islands. They are the backbone of Hawaii's supply chain, and their efforts deserve recognition. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation Maritime Administration, by a joint resolution passed on May 20th, 1933, Congress declared May 22nd to be National Maritime Day. The May 22nd date, as the resolution stated, was implemented to pay homage to the day the steamship, the Savannah, set sail from Savannah, Georgia, on the first successful transoceanic voyage under steam propulsion, which made a material contribution to the advancement of ocean transportation. By designating May 22nd as Maritime Day in Hawaii, we take the time to honor the contributions of those who have built and sustained Hawaii's maritime industry, from the earliest seafarers to today's port workers. This designation also serves to educate the public and raise awareness about the vital role our maritime industry plays in Hawaii. Moreover, this recognition can inspire future generations to pursue careers in this field, ensuring the continued strength and resilience of our maritime sector for years to come. By moving House Bill 194, House Draft 1 forward, we affirm our respect for the sea and those who navigate it, ensuring that the spirit of aloha continues to sail forward. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this meaningful legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, moving on to Standing Committee Report 1078. Representative Kila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the words of Hawaii artist Sean Na'owau, I like my fish and poi, I'm a big boy. Lomi salmon pipi kaula, extra large lily koi, squid and chicken luau, and don't forget the laulau. Madam Speaker, on January 1st, Hawaii recognized kalo as our state plant. In its most minute form, laulau is a value-added product, and we have the opportunity before us at the legislature to recognize its significance and cultural heritage and importance.
Representative Kila, in support or approval?
Alamai. In strong support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
We have the opportunity here in the legislature to fortify and support what is known to many as not just a dish, but also a viable tool for economic development. Last year, this body passed Kimchi Day as an ode to the Korean history here in Hawaii, and I think this year is a great opportunity to recognize the cultural significance and importance of our Native Hawaiian communities and food staples. Laulau is an enduring food that has transcended time and place for the people in Hawaii. When I talk about economic development, I can think of many districts across the state that have roadside vendors that sell laulau in its first iteration of a fundraiser to large businesses who sell this as a staple of food. I always talk about resistance as existence. By the fact that laulau continues to live today, it is a strong reminder that the Hawaiian culture lives thoroughly for the people of Hawaii to enjoy. I appreciate the Culture and Arts Chair for amending the bill to designate Laulau Day as the first Friday in May every year. So with this before us, we have an opportunity to tell our constituents, our state, what food plays in Hawaii, but also the way that it plays for constituents' livelihoods. To all the roadside vendors, the families who gather to make this tradition, and for the laulaus that are dry and for the laulaus that are wet, I stand in strong support of this measure, Speaker.
Any further comments? If not, we'll move on to top of page 32, Standing Committee Report 1080. 1085. 1089. Oh, Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm rising in regards to SCR 1085.
Please proceed.
I rise in support with reservations and brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
My reservations are based on testimony from the Hawaii Farmers Bureau and the Land Use Research Foundation, which stated valid concerns regarding uncertainty of water provision that would greatly affect their agriculture, with no clarification or assurances to address that uncertainty. The possible overreach and unilateral control without prior coordination, among other concerns that I won't go into here. Therefore, I comment on these reservations to highlight the concerns with hope that they will be adequately addressed on the future implementation of this bill. I note that in committee hearing, during testimony and questioning related to these concerns, the Director of DLNR, which stands for the Department of Land and Natural Resources. The director gave assurances that the department will have a process for public input. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further comments? Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1089. 1090. 1091. We're at the top of page 33, Standing Committee Report 1092. Let's go back to Standing Committee Report 1091, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1092, Representative Matsumoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Elkos.
Same request.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report, Representative Iwamoto.
Sorry, reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding SCR 1092, HB 1159, I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
I agree with the intent and goal of this bill to have coordinated procedures during an emergency to maximize efficiency and required actions. I have personally gone back and forth on this bill and landed in opposition based on the following. With the testimony on both sides, especially from users affected, I believe there needs to be more discussion and communication amongst all stakeholders to properly achieve this goal and avoid unintended consequences. Without this thorough public input and vetting, I feel that during an emergency with fear and anxiety at a high level, in a chaotic situation, and especially with this being a new procedure, there may be a high chance of miscommunication or lack of communication. And I feel that the 10,000 a day fine is too punitive and unfair at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further comments? Okay, we're at moving on to Standing Committee Report 1093. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Restoration of beachlands sounds good, but in this bill it can mean shoreline hardening. Hardening shorelines significantly disrupts our natural coastal ecosystems by reducing habitat for wildlife, altering sediment transport patterns, impacting aquatic plant life, and can even lead to beach erosion in the long run, ultimately harming our overall biodiversity of shoreline area with a net loss to tourism, our economy, and quality of life for our community. I have vowed to protect the environment and will not be supporting this bill. And further, I urge anyone who cares about our ocean, our environment, or even tourism to vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Iwamoto.
In opposition.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1094. 1095, 1096, Representative Muraoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Opposition.
Please proceed.
I recognize there's problems with putting a landfill over a significant water resource, and I support the intention of this measure. However, I'm very concerned that the city and county's testimony that if HB 969 HD1 were to become law, Act 73, if it were to become law and Act 73 was not amended, the city would have no choice but to pursue a legally prohibited expansion of the Waimanalo Gulch. The west side of Oahu has borne the burden of managing all of the island's waste for far too long. The legislators should not continue to ask Leeward residents to shoulder this responsibility just because nobody wants a landfill in their backyard. The problem may be out of sight and out of mind for some of you, but not for me and many of my colleagues. Therefore, until we can provide the city with other options, I oppose this measure.
Representative Garcia.
With reservations and brief comment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I think it's, well, for me at least, and I speak for myself, that it's common sense not to put trash above aquifers. So therefore, I am supportive of the bill, but the reservations is the same point that my colleague mentioned from Waianae, in that the testimony submitted was if this does not pass, then, or if the landfill isn't allowed to be placed there, that the current landfill would be extended, broken promises, and so for those reasons with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Kila,
Madam Speaker, in opposition.
please proceed.
I want folks to understand my no vote is not against the concept of putting landfills above significant aquifers as defined by the Department of Health, but this really is the intent that they would then force what the county is trying to do here in the island of Oahu, prohibiting the current landfill selection site. I think the large issue that we have come to face here in the legislature is not one with each other, but the fact that the county had several years to prepare a plan and waited until right before the legislative session to unveil their plan, knowing well enough that legislation would come out. I also want to share that the proposed site that they did choose does impact agricultural land, and I think all of us in the legislature want to support farming and agricultural use on agricultural zoned lands. But with us moving forward on these discussions, we are all doing our best to protect our communities. But I will share the story of where the landfill resides. In the name Waimanalo Gulch, it is on the hillside in Nanakuli, just a stone throw away from one of the Hiko power plants that powers the entire island of Oahu. And several miles down the road, you have what's known as the private industrial landfill that takes every construction site trash to the same area. So the mountains of Nanakuli are natural, but the hillsides that have now come before it is layers of years and years worth of trash. Nanakuli's Waimanalo Gulch landfill also sits above a significant water table, but although not defined as an aquifer, it still sits above that. Largely, I think the biggest issue that we're facing is how we're going to manage trash. And I think everyone could agree if everyone had their own landfills that every community was responsible for, we'd be much more involved in looking at reducing waste and management. But I think at this point, we are trying our best to exhaust resources and land sites to move this idea forward. But I think largely the one issue that we need to find is hoping our federal partners would be able to come to the table, be a part of the discussion, and lend land that they have available to help our Oahu communities. The military plays a significant impact into the backyards of Oahu, and I think now more than ever, amidst the land lease renewals and every issue that comes forth with that, I hope that our federal partners are willing to be able to come to this table and find a solution forward so that Waianae no longer bears the landfill, Nanakuli no longer has the landfill. We do not put a landfill on ag land, and we do not put a landfill over an aquifer. So for those reasons, I'm in opposition.
Any further comments? Representative Martin.
With reservations, please.
Please proceed.
And I'd like to have the words of the representative from Nanakuli adopted as if they were my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
Same request. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill with reservations and would like the words of my colleague from Waianae Makaha to be entered as my own.
So ordered. Representative Reyes-Ota.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can enter a vote of reservations, and I would like to enter into the journal the words of my colleague from Kapolei and Nanakuli as my own. Thank
So
you.
ordered. Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in support. No one wants a landfill over the aquifer. No one wants a landfill in their backyard, and there's really no good place to put a landfill. Maybe this bill isn't the whole picture, but I think that it would be a little reckless to cite a new landfill over the aquifer. And on the flip side of this, we have to start getting serious about waste reduction and looking at alternatives for how we manage waste so that we don't continue to hope for a place that we can pile it up where it's out of everybody's view and out of everybody's backyard and out of, way of causing any danger to the environment, because that is not possible. So if we're going to continue to make waste and consume goods, it has to go somewhere. And now we're just kind of hitting a point today where we're faced with having to grapple with the reality of this situation that we find ourselves in that's just created by an unsustainable system of waste management that, we've all been existing and participating in throughout our entire lives. So, this bill isn't the whole picture, but I still think it's a good measure and that I'm glad it's moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify your support for this bill.
Yes, I said I was in support.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in support.
Please proceed.
I think we've got a long way to go when it comes to landfill siting on Oahu. There's still a process that we have to all embark on together. I did want to thank the chairs of the committees that this bill moved through, and I wanted to especially thank all the members of this body for being willing to engage on this issue. And may I please have the words of the representative from Nanakuli entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Grandinetti.
In support, and
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the chairs of EEP and Transportation for kind of highlighting the bigger systemic issues that we're facing and adopt their words as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Any further comments? Okay, for the vote. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 29, STANCOM report number 1054, HB number 729, HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. STANCOM report number 1058, HB number 918, HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 30, STANCOM report number 1061, HB number 528, HD1, the following vote no, Rep. Iwamoto and Peruso. STANCOM report number 1071, HB number 463, HD3, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 31, STANCOM report number 1074, HB number 966, HD2, Rep. Martin votes no. For STANCOM report number 1075, HB number 1006, HD2, Rep. Peruso votes no. On page 32, STANCOM report number 1085, HB number 510, HD1, Rep. Kong votes no. And on page 33, STANCOM report number 1092, HB number 1159, HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. STANCOM report number 1093, HB number 1137, HD2, the following vote no, Amato, Iwamoto. For STANCOM report number 1096, HB number 969, HD2, Rep. Kila votes no.
Representative Garcia.
On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 29, SCR 1054, HB 729, House Draft 2, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1058, HB 918, HD2, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1059, HB 1277, HD2, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. Page 30, SCR 1066, HB 1008, HD2, Garcia votes no. SCR 1067, HB 54, HD2, Rep. Shimizu and Souza votes no. SCR 1071, HB 463, HD3, Reps. Aukos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. Page 31, SCR 1077, HB 194, House Draft 1, Garcia votes no. On page 30, still 31, SCR 1078, HB 957, House Draft 1, Garcia votes no. Page 32, SCR 1080, HB 706, House Draft 1, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1085, HB 510, HD1, Reps. Aukos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1089, HB 458, House Draft 2, Reps. Aukos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1090, HB 1162, House Draft 2, Garcia votes no. SCR 1091, House Bill 226, House Draft 3. Garcia and Souza vote no. Page 33, SCR 1092, House Bill 1159, House Draft 2. Reps Garcia, Muraoka, and Shimizu vote no. SCR 1095, HB 1087, House Draft 2. Rep Muraoka votes no. SCR 1096, HB 969, House Draft 2. Rep Muraoka votes no.
Have all votes been cast? Said House bills pass third reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 34 through 38, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items beginning with HSCR number 1097? 1099. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. (1100) HS Standing Committee Report 1103. The top of page 35, Standing Committee Report 1104.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
Representative Souza.
For 1103.
Yes, please proceed.
I rise in strong support.
Please proceed.
I would also like to request permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Standing Committee Report 1104, Representative Matsumoto.
With reservations.
So ordered. Standing Committee Report 1109, 1110.
Speaker.
Representative Cochran.
Thank you. I stand in support, but I just wanted to add some comments as to why. And I see Cindy's Lace Shop, which I do patronize, voted in opposition. But my main reasoning is, you know, we ship in all those purple tie orchids, and Hawaii is our orchid island. Hawaii is our garden island, and the flowers that I wear today are hand-picked, hand-sewn, grown by myself back on Maui. And I think if we're going to keep shipping things in, I know it's cheaper, due to labor costs versus ours, but we need to get back to sustainability and keeping our economy home and all of that. So I'd love to pursue this, push this forward, so we can get our agriculture growing back the beautiful flowers like you see here that I'm wearing. And so that's why I'm in support, and I'm happy to see this here. Thank you so much.
Representative Matsumoto.
With reservations and permission to insert written comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support with reservations and brief comments.
Please proceed.
I acknowledge the necessary promotion and support for our local suppliers and thank the introducer for this good bill. The reservation is to highlight the testimony from the local flower community stating their current situation. The state does not have the resources to fill demand. This will place a burden on many floral businesses who rely on the importation of flowers. And farmers are currently facing workforce challenges. Therefore, I highlight these reservations to highlight these current deficits and to address and prepare for the future timetable that is targeted so that we can meet the goals of the bill. Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1112. We're at the top of page 36, Standing Committee Report 1113, Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. 1114, 1120, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Sorry, when you have time, if we can get back to 1112. Thank you.
Okay, let's finish up. 1120. Okay, we'll go back to 1112. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Madam Speaker, sorry about that. Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1121. Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Speaker. And I have reservations on this one. I agree that let's do a pilot program. We do have a land trust that started up in Lahaina in particular, but I'd like to make sure that, you know, the monies expended for these land trusts are documented and accounted for in real time, maybe, you know, besides just a year-end report of it. So I just want to make sure that the monies are expended properly and actually going to what they're, you know, given, it's being benefited to the community that it's given to. So, thank you.
Any further comments on 1121? Then we're moving on to Standing Committee Report 1122. We're at the top of page 37, Standing Committee Report 1123. Representative Chan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reservations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Lamasao.
For 1123 with reservations as well. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Belatti.
Reservations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1124. 1126. 1127.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Colleagues, I stand before you today in strong support of legalized online sports wagering in Hawaii. It's an opportunity to generate much needed revenue and regulate an already thriving underground market. Sorry, wrong one.
Okay, we will.
Wait, I do have a
Okay,
speech.
this is one on. This is HB 606.
Sorry.
Standing Committee Report
I missed up on this.
1127.
In strong support, HB 606.
Please proceed.
And I'd like to thank the introducer for bringing this measure forth, and it was a priority for our Hawaiian Caucus package this year. I stand here today to advocate for a long overdue commitment, which is increasing funding for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to build homes for Native Hawaiians. This is not just a financial decision, it's a moral obligation, a matter of justice, and a crucial step towards fulfilling the promises made to the Native Hawaiian people nearly a century ago, over a century ago. Noting the absence of any funding for additional homesteads in the administration's budget, I'm really thankful that the House is passing this measure and showing our commitment to continue to address this overdue issue and end the waiting for over 28,000 on the waiting list. I'd like to special mahalo the JHA Committee Chair and Fin Chair for making sure we got to this point. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 was intended to provide Native Hawaiians with the land and opportunity to build stable and thriving communities, and yet for decades, thousands of eligible families have been left waiting, some for decades and some never seen that promise fulfilled in their lifetimes. Madam Speaker, many people have died on the waiting list. Today, there are still more than 28,000 Native Hawaiians on the waiting list waiting for homestead land, and many struggle with the high housing costs, displacement, and the erosion of cultural ties to the ancestral lands. As we all know, it's been noted many times that there are more Native Hawaiians living on the continent than in our islands. This legislation is a necessary and urgent investment in the future of Hawaii. By increasing the funding to DHHL, we can accelerate home construction, develop essential infrastructure, and ensure that Native Hawaiian families have access to safe and affordable housing. It's unacceptable that in a state where land was taken away from Native Hawaiians, they now face some of the highest housing costs in the nation with little opportunity to reclaim their rightful place on the land. For a long time, the department has received much criticism for their lack of production of the new homesteads and the growing wait list. Some may say it was unfair criticism, as the department has been historically underfunded. From the inception of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in 1920 to 2022, there were about 10,000 homesteads awarded in the entire program. You know, since 2022 and the award of the $600 million by this legislature, the HHL has plans to award an additional 6,000 leases upon completion of the construction with the $600 million. So that's 6,000 units currently as opposed to the 10,000 in over 100 years. But that still leaves a wait list of over 20,000 and thus the need for this measure and additional funding for the department. This is not just a Native Hawaiian issue, this is a Hawaii issue. And strengthening Native Hawaiian communities strengthen the entire state. When families have stable housing, they contribute to the economy, preserve cultural traditions, and build stronger communities for all of us. Now is the time to act. Let's honor our commitment, and let's invest in the people who have called these islands home for generations. Let's pass this legislation and give Native Hawaiians the homes that they were promised. Mahalo.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support and ask that the words of the representative from Chinatown be entered into the record as my own.
So ordered. Representative Poipoi.
Thank you, Speaker. In strong support, I would like to adopt the words of our Hawaiian Caucus chair as my own. Also a quick comment.
So ordered.
Just to add a little bit, you know, the first infusion of $600 million was so unprecedented, and we're seeing that it's going to produce incredible results, and that can't have been a one-time thing. We need to keep the momentum going. That's all. Thank you.
Representative Kahaloa.
Madam Speaker, in strong support.
Please proceed.
And may I also adopt the words from the Native Hawaiian Caucus Chair as well as the representative from Molokai, as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I also adopt the words of the representative from Molokai and
support or opposite?
In strong support, also the chair of Native Hawaiian Caucus. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
In support, same request.
So ordered.
Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Peruso.
In support, same request.
So ordered. Representative Ke'ehokapu Liloy.
Perfect, Madam Speaker. Same request.
So
in
ordered.
support.
Representative Olds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Same request.
So ordered. Representative Kila.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. I'd like to, in support. May I please adopt
proceed.
the words of the representative from Molokai and the chair of the Hawaiian Caucus? And a brief comment.
Please
Madam
proceed.
Speaker, when we house Native Hawaiians, we are housing Hawaii. When we free up the wait list, we allow residents in Hawaii to have a placehold in the places that they are from. Our homesteads are the pillars of our communities, and they are one of our only ways to keep lifelong residents here in this state. It was the legislature where you were the housing chair and our lieutenant governor served as the finance chair that you folks did the first infusion of what was unprecedented monies. I know the federal looming issues that are facing us in the state may pose a challenge for us to fund some of these measures, but every chance that we have the opportunity to fund Department of Hawaiian Homelands and for the staff at DHHL watching, it shows our commitment to this agency and a reaffirming commitment to support housing Native Hawaiians here in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Speaker. In support, I just
proceed.
wanted to say that the extension is not a sign that they haven't done a good job spending the money. It's just so they can spend it to the best possible projects. But I think those of us on the working group overseeing Act 279, the spending, have been very impressed. They've been doing a very good job, and that really gives this body confidence that when we have the funds to give, we can go back and do another installment, because they really have been very conscientious and proactive in spending the money. Thank you.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support.
Please
and if I may enter the words of the representative from Nanakuli, the representative from Kailua, the representative from Molokai, and the chair of the Hawaiian Affairs Committee. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support.
Please proceed.
I would like to insert the words of the Native Hawaiian caucus chair into the record as my own.
So ordered.
And I also want to just a brief comment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I firmly believe that when Hawaiians thrive, Hawaii thrives. And I look forward to continued funding for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, as well as the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and continuing to funnel resources to Hawaiians. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support. And
Please proceed.
I remember thinking, I wished I could have gone to Kamehameha, but that was impossible. And I just pledge my support to the Native people and their culture. Aloha.
Let's move on to Standing Committee Report 1128. Representative Peruso.
Madam Speaker, when we have a moment, may I simply request to insert written comments for STANCOM Committee Report 1112 and 1124, please?
Okay, let's go back to Standing Committee Report 1112.
Yes, may I submit written comments?
So ordered. And then let's go to Standing Committee Report, what was that?
1124.
1124.
Same request, please.
So ordered.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're now at Standing Committee Report 1131. 1128, excuse me. Standing Committee Report 1128 at the top of page 38. 1130. 1131. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 126 with brief comments.
Please proceed.
Although I agree with the intent of this bill and thank the introducer, the concerns are based on HPD's testimony that this bill would affect their enforcement and be burdensome on their already short-staffed personnel, which would continue to affect their ability to do their job. And also the Attorney General commented in testimony that existing law adequately protects the rights of property owners. And for those reasons, I stand in opposition. Thank you.
Standing Committee Report 1132. 1138. Okay. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Can we get a quick recess?
Recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will the House come to order? Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 34, STANCOM Report number 1103, HB number 563 HD1, Rep. Peruso votes no. On page 35, STANCOM Report number 1110, HB number 1187 HD1, Rep. Kong votes no. STANCOM Report number 1112, HB number 504 HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. Page 36, STANCOM Report number 1122, HB number 1097 HD1, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 37, STANCOM Report number 1124, HB number 1410 HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 35, SCR 1104, HB 1168, HD1, Reps. Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1109, HB 1450, HD2, Reps Garcia votes no. SCR 1110, HB 1187, House Draft 1. Reps Garcia and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1112, HB 504, House Draft 2. Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Reyes Oda votes no. SCR, page 36, SCR 1114, HB 348, House Draft 1. Reps Alcos, Garcia, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. Page 37, SCR 1124, House Bill 1410, House Draft 2. Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 1126, HB 1467, House Draft 2. Reps Alcos, Garcia, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 1127, HB 606, HD1, Rep Muraoka votes no. Page 38, SCR 1131, HB 126, House Draft 1. Reps Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 1132, HB 134, House Draft 1. Reps Garcia, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 1138, HB 472, House Draft 1. Reps Garcia, Matsumoto, and Shimizu votes no.
Have all votes been cast? Representative Reyes Oda.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, I made another mistake. If you guys can, if it could be entered on the record for page 37, Standing Committee Report 1124, HB 1410 HD2 for reservations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to SCR 1138, and I just wanted the opportunity to enter some comments, please.
So ordered.
I rise in opposition, as was noted.
Not at this time. We can enter your comments, but there's no further discussion.
Oh.
You can enter the
I
comments
see.
into the journal.
I
Rep. Shimizu.
understand. Thank you.
Are there any votes? Have all votes been cast? Said House bills pass third reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the standing committee reports listed on pages 39 through 43, and that the accompanying House bills, as may be amended, pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items, beginning with HSCR number 1141? Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
Although I agree with the intent of this bill and thank the introducer, there is already a Gun Violence and Violent Crimes Commission, which the Attorney General testified there would be an overlap of duties. Therefore, with this existing commission in place, I believe we should be tasking this entity to provide the required asks of this bill and avoid redundancy to save money and minimize bureaucracy. Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report number 1144. Representative Muraoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
Many individuals testified in opposition to this measure because they don't want their tax dollars paying for a candidate who does not represent their opinions, beliefs, or even live in their district. Now, while it is true that this program is partially funded by a voluntary donation made while filing taxes, still this bill is accompanied by blank appropriation of general revenue into the Hawaii Election Campaign Fund, as well as a recommended $200,000 appropriation to the Campaign Spending Commission for FTEs. Therefore, taxpayer dollars are being spent to implement and operate this program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to Representative Matsumoto.
With reservations.
So ordered.
And permission to insert comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. 1 in 4 voters live in a secured building or a gated community that makes low-cost door knocking impossible. No matter how earnest a candidate may be, this free personal delivery of their qualifications will never make it across that abyss. Even just sending 1 mailer to all registered voters in a district can cost $7,000 for printing and postage. What should we tell candidates who do not have access to a trust fund, wealthy donors, or powerful electeds with a surplus of tobacco money in their campaign accounts? Should we tell the economically disadvantaged candidates that there is no path forward in our democracy for them? Think about the billions of taxpayer dollars that we allocate. This bill appropriately invests a minuscule fraction to ensure we have the broadest economic diversity participating in those decisions. Who do you think has an easier time fundraising in this state? A candidate who belongs to a political party that is in power, or a candidate who belongs to a party not in power? And therefore, their party members are the lesser beneficiaries of pay-to-play politics, political contributions. In fact, I bet partially publicly financed elections would be a greater game changer to such a minority party candidate. Thank you.
Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support, brief comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the historic 1978 Hawaii Constitutional Convention, the public financing of elections was established as a key part of our Constitution, stating that a public campaign fund could dilute, quote, the effective influence of money and large contributors, close quote, and, quote, equalize opportunity for all to participate meaningfully in the political process. In the years that followed, public funding of elections played a meaningful role in major races up and down the ballot in Hawaii's local elections. But in recent decades, with rising costs and the flood of political spending unleashed by the U.S. Supreme Court's Citizens United decision in 2009, our public financing programs have not kept up with the reality of modern political campaigns. This bill looks at and contemplates modest changes to our public finance system. Because of these changes, and I do look forward to the continued movement of this bill forward, I vote strongly in favor because I believe in the need to provide a robust alternative to our current private money campaign finance system. And I do want to keep the conversation going about what the system should look like during this legislative session. With all of those points in mind, Madam Speaker, in strong support. Thank you.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support. And I would like the words of the representative from Makiki inserted into the record of as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
In opposition.
Please proceed.
I want to read a quote from Thomas Jefferson from the year 1786, long time ago. To compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical. President Thomas Jefferson.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, in strong support, and I would like to request the words of the representatives from Makiki and Kaka'ako be entered in the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Peruso.
Strong support and same request.
So ordered. Let's move on to Standing Committee Report 1145, 1146. Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising to request to be excused from voting on House Bill 990.
So ordered.
Excuse me, let me explain, Madam Speaker. As I explained and requested of Chief Attorney Morita, House Bill 990 regarding making appropriations for claims against the state, its officers, or its employees. Although I did not work on the matter, one of the matters listed in House Bill 990, the law firm I am employed by has a claim for settlement in this bill. Based upon the inclusion of this matter in House Bill 990, Chief Attorney Morita determined that a conflict of interest exists pursuant to rules. So accordingly, based on this determination and House Rule 62.5, I request to be excused from voting on House Bill 990 and any Senate bill that might come over with claims against the state.
So ordered. Again, thank you again for reaching out to our House Attorney to clarify this ahead of time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report number 1151 at the top of page 40. 1152, Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm rising in support with reservations on SCR 1151 with brief comments, please.
Okay, we will go back to 1151. Please proceed.
Thank you. Again, I rise in support with reservations and brief comments. I agree that this is a good program with good results. My reservations are the concerns that the original $12 million that was requested is quite high, and I would like to track the administrative costs of this program, and also would like to see the recipients of this program remain in Hawaii and pay it forward from their training invested in them. That's my support with reservations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1152. 1152, Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
I want to thank the introducer of this bill. With Red Hill being in my district, I have a vested interest and responsibility to promote efforts to further safeguard and promote additional corrective actions as needed to assure that our water will always be safe from contamination. This thoughtful bill establishes a Water Alliance Initiative Coordinator, or VI, for coordination of the Red Hill VI initiatives. It continues to monitoring of the conditions at Red Hill and helps assure proper coordination between federal, county, and state agencies, as well as champion public transparency. And those are the reasons I support this important bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1154. Representative Cochran.
Speaker, thank you. And I understand the need for funding for small boat harbors. I have a couple in my district. I see a lot of, in the Standing Comp report, that a lot of companies from Lahaina itself in particular are not favorable to an increase in the fee.
What is your position?
Oh, sorry, no, opposition.
Thank you.
And so, you know, I want to stand by their, the hardship that they're going through, and as long as there's, you know, confidence that the money's, you know, gotten through such a fee goes back to that particular small boat harbor that's affected and needs to utilize the funds. But currently, the 3% that they are charged goes into the state general fund for boating, and it doesn't typically come back to us. So those are just some concerns at this point, and my reason for opposition. Mahalo.
Thank you. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1155.
Speaker, excuse me.
Representative Shimizu.
Apologies. Commenting on SCR 1154.
Okay, let's go back to Standing Committee Report 1154. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
This legislature has stepped up to address the Maui wildfire victims with generous legislation in 2024 and this year also with the global settlement. With many businesses and their economies still recovering and struggling, although with respect to this introducer, acknowledging the repairs that are needed to increase costs and fees at this time to the users is not good timing, and I would recommend we defer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1155. The next page, top of page 41, Standing Committee Report 1156. Representative Keo Kapuliloy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
First of all, I want to take the opportunity to thank the subject matter chairs from Waterland and CPC for putting together a House Draft 2 that has really tailored in the comments from the Department of Land and Natural Resources, along with the comments from Hawaii Community Development Authority. Why I stand in strong support, 2 reasons. This bill actually provides a pathway for community stakeholders to begin to architect a future for the Waiakea Peninsula area, something that Hawaii Island has not seen the entire time that these lands have been under ownership by the Department of Land and Natural Resources. But 2, this bill truly is a legacy bill for former Representative Nakashima, who stood in strong support of economic opportunities for Hilo. And what this bill does is actually elevate his legacy for economy and economic development in Hilo, but also puts the opportunity for stakeholders to architect a vibrant future filled with culture and community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield.
Representative Kush.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to have the words of District 2 representative entered as my own. And I can also say that this kind of process
So ordered.
is most...
And are you in support or opposition?
I'm in strong support.
Thank you.
This kind of process really helps bring together all the needs of our community, culturally, environmentally, and the business community, and find common threads that can really move our community forward. And I thank all those who have put time and effort to put this together. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support
Please
with
proceed.
reservation and brief comments, please. This bill is a great idea and has a great purpose, and I thank the representative from Hilo for this introduction. My reservation is the concern regarding the sustainability and longevity of this special fund. I wish it all the best and support this vision and look forward to see the successful achievement for this special part of Hilo, and look forward to a future visit to experience and enjoy these improvements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Todd.
Thank you. In support?
Please proceed.
What will probably be my first speech for the year. I just wanted to say the words Banyan Drive and hope that it's the last time I have to do so on the floor. So I'd strongly encourage our colleagues to support this measure and the Senate to please do their job. Thanks.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support.
Please proceed.
I would also like to note that I think we should allow the representatives from Hawaii Island to have their say when it comes to this issue. And I would also like the words of the representative from District 2 inserted into the journal as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Okay, we're going to move on to Standing Committee Report 1158, 1159. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
I agree with the idea of having safety on our highways, but with respect to the introducer, with great respect, I feel the practical application of this bill will be very difficult to distinguish and enforce. And that is the reason for my opposition. Thank you.
Representative Kila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
In 2023, we enacted Act 238, which prohibits certain oversized commercial vehicles from using the far left lane on roadways with 3 or more lanes traveling in the same direction. However, by 2024, no citations has been issued due to the vague language and unclear enforcement measures. This measure before us allows us the opportunity to aim and strengthen the law that we pass before us to enhance road safety. Noting that there are only one roadway here in the entire state with more than 3 lanes, which is on the island of Oahu. And then if I could have permission to insert further comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1160. 1161, Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my fellow colleagues for your patience with me. I'm commenting on SCR 1160. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Representative Shimizu, we're on 1161. You want to go back to 1160?
I apologize. I thought I caught you at 1160, but yes, can we please return to 1160 when time is available?
Please go forward.
Thank you. I rise in opposition with brief comments. I appreciate and agree the introducer's intent to promote and improve safety if possible. My opposition is based on opposition testimony from our first responders, HPD, the Department of Law Enforcement, SHOPO, the Law Enforcement Standards Board, and the Attorney General's comments that this could be handled by the Law Enforcement Standards Board. Note that the Law Enforcement Standards Board testified and commented that they are already examining issues such as vehicular pursuit policies and asked for this bill to be postponed as they would like to conduct more in-depth research and receive input from stakeholders. So based on this compelling testimony, Madam Speaker, I encourage this deferment. Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report, Representative Souza.
Madam Speaker, the appropriate time, can we go back to Standing Committee Report 1158? Thank you.
Okay. We're going backwards instead of forward, but let's go backwards to 1158. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill relates to
Are you in support or opposition?
I'm sorry, I'm in support
Please
to
proceed.
this measure. This bill relates to the Public Land Trust Working Group, and I have comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I rise in strong support for House Bill 1358, House Draft 3, which would appropriate monies to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs to facilitate the hiring of necessary staff and the purchase of equipment and professional services on behalf of the Public Land Trust Working Group. This is critically important because we need to fulfill the intent of the Public Land Trust Working Group, which is to conduct a proper accounting of all ceded lands in the Public Land Trust inventory, account for all income and proceeds from the Public Land Trust, and subsequently determine the 20% pro rata share of income and proceeds from the Public Land Trust due annually to OHA for the betterment of the conditions of Native Hawaiians. OHA deserves their rightful share of ceded land revenues, and it is long overdue. There is another bill moving the session that calls to repeal the Public Land Trust Working Group and instead create a claims review working group to create a process by which a master settlement agreement can be reached between the state and OHA. However, a master settlement agreement would not even be able to be contemplated without first laying the foundation with the work of the Public Land Trust Working Group, so we have a proper accounting of the ceded lands in the Public Land Trust inventory. I look forward to moving this bill forward so we can finally have a proper accounting of the ceded lands, which will ultimately lead to providing Hawaiians with revenue that will help both Hawaiians and Hawaii thrive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Standing Committee Report number 1161. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Number one, this is as a supporter of home rule for the counties, this bill allows, it's the state basically trumping the county building codes to allow homeowners or people who own property who are going to have some construction work done to instead of hiring a licensed contractor, they can instead hire a handyman with less protections. And so for those reasons, I'm voting in opposition.
Any other comments? Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1162.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Peruso.
I was back on 1161,
Okay, please proceed.
just with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
For 1161 with reservations.
So
Thank you.
ordered. Moving on to 1162. Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Muraoka. Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to be mistaken for Rep. Moroka. I rise in support with reservations and brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
I totally agree that there needs to be more clarity and revisions to protect the contractor from unwarranted claims that ultimately drives up the cost of housing, which we are all trying to reduce, and at the same time protecting consumers' positions. I am thankful for the respected Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Chair, who I believe made some significant amendments and improvements to the bill. But some important opposing attorney testimony involved in this arena were not able to review this final draft changes, and we were not able to hear their feedback. I know we want to improve this legal framework and arrangement to accomplish a win-win situation and avoid any unintended consequences. So my reservation is the need for careful ongoing discussion, monitoring, vetting, and adjustments as required. Thank you.
Standing Committee Report number 1162. 1162, Representative Riazota.
Sorry, I was standing for 1161.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. For 1161, please enter me as with reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to 1162, Representative Beladi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reservations on 1162.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1163, Representative Garcia.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
Although I agree with the introducer's intent to create more workforce housing, my opposition is based on the concern that the agricultural lands that would be exchanged was questionable, with opposition testimony from the Department of Agriculture, the State Land Use Commission, and the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. No information to confirm what lands were being transferred was available in the committee hearing. So the concern of losing food-producing land at this time leads me to oppose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Moving on, Representative Beladi.
Reservations on 1163.
So ordered. Representative Evslin.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify that no lands are being transferred in any way under this bill. It just gives the county planning commissions broader authority to develop housing on agricultural land with a number of guardrails on that development. The land has to be adjacent to an existing urban state land use district. The land has to be identified in a general plan as a targeted growth area. And then the land has to be used for workforce fee simple housing or long-term rental housing. So again, no land is being transferred under this bill. Thank you.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that clarification, I would like to change my no opposition to support with reservations.
So
Thank
ordered.
you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1164, Representative Grandinetti.
Can I go back to the previous measure?
Okay, we're going back to Standing Committee Report 1163.
Just with reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to 1164, Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So
Thank you.
ordered. Representative Hussey.
Same request.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1166, Representative Shimizu.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. When time permits, if we could go back to 1164.
Okay, let's move back to Standing Committee Report 1164, Representative Shimizu.
Support with reservations. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee Report 1166, Representative Belatti.
In strong support, with brief comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is about fairness. Right now, a teacher or nurse working full-time pays a higher tax rate on their wages than an investor making money off stocks. That's backwards. This bill raises the capital gains tax for individuals, estates, and trusts, and for corporations, closing a loophole that benefits the wealthiest amongst us while working families shoulder the burden. Colleagues may worry that this will drive investment away or hurt business, but data from other jurisdictions that tax capital gains more fairly have not seen that effect. And in this moment, when we are seeing federal cuts devastating our state budget, we need to revisit these principles of our economic system, and it's important that we center the working families of Hawaii, because when we do that, we can see clearly that investment income should not be taxed less than working wages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
The cost of living is the #1 issue for our constituents, and although this bill may seem to insulate most of the public because it appears to target higher income brackets, we know that those affected will be business owners, which in turn will affect employees and customers. Reduced expenditures will also affect retail and other consumer spending. In general, Hawaii will continue to be a difficult place to live and do business. Our people are pleading with us to reduce the cost of living, and I beg to differ and believe that this bill is not going to help reduce the cost of living. So I encourage you to defer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kush.
Thank you, Speaker. In strong support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that capital gains are a tax on capital goods that have been held for more than 365 days. They do not impact businesses or short-term sales or ordinary income. It's typically a gain on real estate, potentially on a business, and those who are tax advantaged and use this as a who gain benefit from this. There's all kinds of ways to work it to reduce your taxable income and capital gains. But really, the fact that there's jets parked at Hilo International Airport on a valet service because there's too many jets in Kona, private jets, should say something about the people who do these real estate transactions and have huge gains that could drop down to our tax system, as stated by Representative Belatti. I really think we should support this, and I hope everyone does. It will not hurt our lower income people. Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Thank you. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
I'd like to appreciate the work of the authors to create a revenue-generating bill at a time when we so desperately need that. I think this is estimated to have $50 million in revenue, and we're looking at potential very large shortfalls due to the policies of our new federal administration. I do really appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Muraoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
I think a lot of people focus on the financial gain of selling something. But what they lack is the focus of the major risk that go into achieving that to be able to sell it. With that, I'm opposed.
Representative Lamasao.
With reservations. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Miyake.
Same request.
So ordered. Let's move on to Standing Committee report. Oh, Representative Hussey. Oh, Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm speaking on, we're still on the same measure, correct?
1166.
1166. So in strong support, primarily because, and I would actually like to enter the words of the representative from Kilo as if they were my own.
So ordered.
And to add an additional comment, so what I hear from the opposition is the idea or the notion that this measure is somehow anti-business or anti-investment. And I think that what I would emphasize in this conversation is that this minimal increase in the tax rate will help us provide better infrastructure, better housing, better support for our people, which is the basis for a strong economy. It strengthens business by helping us to fund schools, roads, and services that make Hawaii livable. And I don't see this as, it's been characterized elsewhere as another tax hike. I see this as a correction to a flawed structure. Working families already pay more than their fair share through excise and income tax, and this simply levels the playing field. Thank you.
Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support, I'd like to adopt the words of the representative from District 1 as my own, and also add, and I'm going to go out on a limb.
So ordered.
Thank you. I'd like to go on a limb for a moment and say that I believe that we need to figure out not only how to tax capital gains, but also unrealized gains. Thank you very much.
Representative Kila.
Reservation, Speaker.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing
Madam
Committee.
Speaker.
Representative Souza.
On the same measure, STANCOM report 1166. I rise in opposition.
So ordered. Please proceed.
But I do appreciate the words from my colleague from Wahiawa, so I would like to enter her words into the journal as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving on to Standing Committee report 1167. Rep. Holt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support. I think I got the right bill this time. So today I'm standing here in strong support of legalized online sports wagering in Hawaii, which is an opportunity for us to generate much needed revenue and regulate an already thriving underground market and provide consumers protection for residents who are currently placing bets in the shadows. Hawaii is one of the last states in the nation to prohibit any form of legalized gambling. Anyway. Yet it has not stopped thousands of residents from participating in an online sports betting through offshore and illegal platforms. The reality is that sports wagering is already happening. I'm sure you guys all know somebody who's betting on the games a couple weeks ago. It's just happening without oversight, without consumer protections, and without any financial benefits to our state. Instead of ignoring this reality, we should embrace regulation and taxation as a way to control the industry responsibly. Honolulu Police Department has testified that there are anywhere from 70 to 100 illegal game rooms in operation in any time on Oahu alone. By legalizing online sports wagering, Hawaii can capture millions of dollars in tax revenue when we sorely need it. Approximately 20 million by the latest estimates. In the Finance Committee, there were concerns raised that the fees were not high enough and the tax rates were not high enough, so we went back to rework the bill, and there are higher estimates, which should be definitely have enough revenues to run this program in the department. These are funds that could be used to increase enforcement at illegal game rooms, provide essential social programs, and implement gambling addiction mitigation programs, which we currently do not have. States that have already legalized online betting, such as New Jersey and Nevada, have seen substantial economic benefits. And we have the chance to use these funds to benefit and improve our communities rather than allowing them to flow out of the state to unregulated entities. Furthermore, regulation ensures that safeguards are in place to protect consumers, prevent fraud, and address problem gambling. Some are worried about people losing their life savings. Well, you can already gamble on the stock market and lose your life savings there, so take that into consideration. A legal state-monitored system would include age verification, responsible gambling programs, and measures to prevent criminal activities such as money laundering. Without these protections, residents are left to fend for themselves on unregulated websites that do not prioritize their safety. And the game rooms, I want to bring that up because, there are other forms of gambling, but without a legal form of gambling, online gambling, they do often have to go to these game rooms to place their sports wagers. So this would allow them to avoid that whole shady underground game room. Opponents may argue that gambling is not in line with Hawaii's values, but the reality is that our residents are already engaging in it. And I won't go back to the whole story about how Kuilili'okalani was in favor of gambling back in the day. But instead of pushing it underground, let's bring it to the light and create a system that benefits our people and our economy. It's about modernization, this is about a financial opportunity, and it's about responsible governance. Let's make the right choice for Hawaii and pass legislation to legalize and regulate online sports wagering. Thank you.
Representative Lamasam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be casting a vote with reservations, but I would like to adopt the words of the representative from Chinatown. Mahalo.
So ordered. Representative Hussey.
Same request, thank you.
So ordered. Representative Poipoi.
Thank you, Speaker. At the appropriate time, can we please go back to 1164?
Sure, we can. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition with brief comments, please.
Please proceed.
Every one of us wants the best for our keiki and our future generations. We champion new laws that protect and fight for their safety and well-being. We value education as a path for advancement and a successful life and future. I don't think and highly doubt that parents would tell their children to get involved with gambling or sports wagering as a legitimate or preferred endeavor to get ahead in life and make good career earnings to support your family. But by passing this bill, this is an open door messaging, modeling, and setting an example for our next generations. Will they be distracted and lured into thinking it's okay to consider an easier path and way for income, that it's a lot easier than studying and working hard for things that matter, for things of substance that help contribute to make our society a better place? It's better to study a team's won-loss record and players' performance stats, to place bets more strategically and intelligently. Maybe I'm being overly dramatic to make a point, but I believe there will be serious consequences that will reshape our culture and history. And I truly pray and hope that we do not go down this path by opening this door. Thank you.
Representative Chun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
I oppose to this bill, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Gambling brings, I can understand that it brings tax money to our community or our state, but sometimes that kind of money might be called dirty money to some people in their view. Do we need those kind of money to take care of our families? I'm looking at that what comes along with gambling and sports and making gambling in Hawaii legal. There's a lot of bad things that follows, many bad sex trafficking to stealing to all kind of bad things that happens when you open doors to legalizing gambling. Do we want to see Hawaii to be like Vegas? That's a question that we should be asking ourselves. But I don't know no one that made a living off of gambling. There may be a few people online that I'll see that make good money on gambling, but it's a recreation that we do to take on with our families to gamble, but it's also an addiction. Gambling can lose. When you bet $5, you lose it, then you want to bet $10. Then you lose it, then you want to try bet it again, and if you're chasing. And I've seen more people in our families, in our state, always chasing. And I also seen people that losing their house, losing their wives, losing their families, all because they're chasing these online bets or these bets that they place here and there. But I haven't seen one that made a living and saying, hey, I'm going to move up because I made so much more money. Most of my friends went the opposite way. This bill to legalize gambling, like I said, it's a question. We would want this kind of money in the state of Hawaii to fix our roads. And sometimes, maybe taking care of our families more ethically might be the better choice. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have no moral objections to gambling. I don't think it's, I have no moral objections. My concern is one of economics. Even local game rooms, which I do not support, even chicken fights, which I do not support, those gambling models locally actually contribute to a circular economy because that money is staying within the community. The online gaming, most of that money goes into, obviously it's digital, so it's just going into another state perhaps. And the way the model and the profit model for gambling is that, that money's leaving. I also, there's been a lot of studies to show that gambling does impact lower income households and individuals. And those are the ones I'd rather, and even though there might be some tax revenue generated, I'd rather increase the conveyance tax or the capital gains tax by 0.5% to make up that lost revenue by not legalizing online gaming. But for those reasons, I am opposed. Thanks.
Representative Muraoka.
I oppose this bill. Listening to my colleagues talk about this bill would help raise money to help foster good gambling habits, or if you get on habit, they can help counsel you. Without the bill, gamble. Nobody forcing you to log on. And then, the guys that the underground market is already thriving, we can use that same argument for meth dealers and cocaine dealers and even fentanyl. It doesn't make it right. I enjoy gambling personally myself. It's a nice little vacation my wife and I can take to Las Vegas where it is legal. Thank you.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the legalization of sports gambling as outlined in this bill. While proponents argue it could generate revenue for the state, the costs will far outweigh any potential benefits. Legalized sports gambling would open the door to a host of social and economic risks that could devastate individuals, families, and the overall well-being of our islands. Unfortunately, I have witnessed firsthand the destructive power of gambling addiction. A family member of mine struggled with it for years. What began as an occasional wager spiraled into a dangerous habit, one that drained their savings, strained family relationships, and led to a financial black hole that took years to get out of. The emotional toll was just as severe. The stress, broken trust, and desperation to win it back devastated not only that person, but everyone who loved them, and I wouldn't wish that pain upon anyone. Hawaii has been one of the few states to resist the spread of legalized gambling, and for good reason. We have prioritized protecting our communities over the promise of easy revenue. Studies show that gambling addiction skyrockets when access to betting is expanded, and sports gambling is particularly risky because it can be integrated into daily life. Unlike traditional casino gambling, where people must travel to a specific location, sports betting can be done in an instant from a smartphone, making it more accessible, more frequent, and ultimately more addictive. The toll of problem gambling is profound. Families are torn apart as loved ones sink deeper into addiction, resulting in financial ruin, debt, and even crime. Gambling addiction has been linked to higher rates of depression, domestic violence, and substance abuse. We must weigh any promises of revenue against the inevitable costs of addiction treatment, social services, and law enforcement. Moreover, as a sports official, I'm deeply concerned about the damage legalized sports gambling can inflict on the integrity of athletics. It increases the risk of game fixing and corruption, undermining the very essence of fair competition. Athletes, especially younger ones, could face immense pressure from gamblers, threatening the purity of sports as a genuine contest. Madam Speaker, once we allow the camel into the tent with sports gambling, casinos will not be far behind. Hawaii's cultures and values are indeed unique, and we must be cautious about policies that could harm our way of life. Rather than relying on gambling revenue, we should focus on sustainable economic strategies that uplift our communities without creating new social problems. The risks of legalized sports gambling are too great to ignore. Our priorities should be protecting our residents, preserving our values, and ensuring that Hawaii remains a place where families can thrive without the harmful effects of gambling. I've seen the devastation gambling addiction causes, and I don't want others in our community to endure the same pain. Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I stand firmly in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Any further comments? Then we're moving on to Standing Committee Report 1168. Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Copies of floor amendment number 2 have been distributed.
Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Souza.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support of this floor amendment,
please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I offer this floor amendment with the deepest of aloha for all of my colleagues in this chamber, especially to the chairs this year who worked so diligently on this matter, to the members of the Women's Legislative Caucus who over the years have worked on the measures that have led up to the current law, and to my colleague from Kapolei who seconded this floor amendment. In my 18 years, Madam Speaker, this is an unusual thing for me to do. I don't and cannot recall a time when a floor amendment has been offered on a measure where members of two different parties have moved and seconded it. But it is that reason, it is that the importance of this measure and this floor amendment that's spoken to in the offering of this. This floor amendment makes 3 substantively important changes. First, in the area of protections of constitutional rights. I have said on this floor in the past that one of the North Stars guiding our decision-making on this floor is respect for our Constitution, the United States Constitution and the Hawaii State Constitution. I would also add to that, as a guiding North Star, our community. It is because of the Constitution and the community that one of the areas of changes introduced by this floor amendment adds a religious exemption that honors our constitutional obligation to protect the free exercise of religion. As stated in Article 1, Section 4 of the Hawaii State Constitution. This bill already protects and honors our obligation under Hawaii State Constitution, Article 12, Section 7, that obligates the state and obligates us, the legislature, to protect all rights customarily and traditionally exercised for subsistence, cultural, and religious purposes by Native Hawaiians. I do want to acknowledge that the bill does that, but we equally have to protect our right to exercise of religion, and I am more and more concerned that this is a right that we may be disregarding. So that is the first area of importance. The religious exemption added into this floor amendment mirrors the same religious exemption that we have in HRS Chapter 457-13 for nurses. So we already have that in statute for other nurses, for other healthcare providers, and it is appropriate for this measure. The second substantive area that is addressed by this floor amendment is the reinstatement of the birth attendant to deal with traditional practitioners. The reinstatement also includes a change from the underlying law, which adds a very critical, important consumer protection that would have any person who has received a judgment, award, disciplinary sanction, order, or other determination finding that that person has committed misconduct or is criminally or civilly liable for conduct relating to midwifery by another licensing authority shall not qualify for a birth attendant exemption. This is a critical new consumer protection provision that will ensure both the safety of our community as well as honor the practices of traditional practitioners. The third substantive area, Madam Speaker, amended by this floor amendment is to create a pathway so that our people here who do not have access or the resources to go to school far from these shores, it creates a second pathway of certification through the North American Registry of Midwives portfolio evaluation process pathway in order to enable those persons to obtain a midwifery bridge certificate. This secondary pathway is important because, as noted by the Circuit Court that is considering litigation related to this area, the programs currently qualified under the current law and placed in the underlying bill.
Representative Peruso.
I yield my time.
So ordered.
Thank you. The current pathway, both in the underlying bill, has already been determined by the Circuit Court to be an infringement upon individuals' reasonable exercise because they either require excessive education, do not exist in the state, or place unreasonable barriers on those persons and those similarly situated. For all of those reasons, Madam Speaker, I offer this amendment and speak in strong support. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I stand with my colleague from Makiki in her remarks, and I would like to have her words inserted into the journal as my own.
So ordered.
I also just wanted to point to some of the important aspects of this amendment. And the first is in relation to the exemptions that's included. And I think it's important that we very clearly outline that the exemptions that you see in the amendment before you, especially when it comes to Native Hawaiian cultural and traditional practitioners. I am concerned that without these exemptions being very specifically stated, that Native Hawaiian cultural and traditional practitioners could face penalties or possible criminalization upon practicing midwifery. And I think that in order to combat that in the current bill language, we would need perhaps a written opinion or a letter from the Attorney General to address that particular issue. I also believe that it's important to safeguard the bill generally with a severability clause. So for those reasons, I stand in support. Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
I rise in support.
Please proceed.
This bill currently requires Hawaii residents, why I support this amendment is because the current bill requires Hawaii residents to enroll in a mainland school to become a licensed midwife. The bill as it currently stands and the amendment seeks to fix, the amendment will allow Hawaii residents to achieve licensure through the portfolio evaluation process or PEP pathway. 27 states and Washington, D.C. recognize this portfolio evaluation pathway to achieve licensure. There may have been some misstatements made in a hearing that only 5 states allow that, but that is incorrect. And that was verified by the Center for Reproductive Rights. If you come to Hawaii with your license from one of these 27 states or Washington, D.C., and you use the PEP pathway, then you can practice as a licensed midwife. And although the current bill that is up for amendments may have closed the loophole, it still grandfathers in mainland midwives to use the PEP pathway to practice moving forward. And we've heard testimony from some young women who are actually going through an apprenticeship PEP pathway currently. If the bill unamended goes forward, it will close the door on them practicing through their apprenticeship. This bill, NARM, which the bill cites many times as a licensure authority, NARM's board member, Dr. Melissa Cheney, as an expert witness for the current court case in litigation, testified that there is no evidence that midwives who go through the midwifery school process have any better clinical outcomes than ones who go through the PEP pathway or apprenticeship process to become a licensed midwife. This is what is so infuriating for local midwives. They see their counterparts from the mainland recognized by the state for their practice and apprenticeship, but the local midwives are made to feel like criminals for the very same, if not better, practice and apprenticeship. Thank you very much.
Any further comments on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Cochran.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And I rise in strong support and want to take the words of Representative Makiki as if my own. And I just, a brief comment.
Please proceed.
I support the intent to, raising up our own, right? It's like we always talk about train the trainer, build our own workforce and what have you. This is the same concept, and this is for health, safety, and just perpetuating our traditional cultural practices here with our people. And so if this can move us towards that end goal, then I'm very supportive and stand strong in support of this amendment. Mahalo.
Thank you. Representative Takayama.
In opposition to the proposed amendment.
Please proceed.
I'd like to address the three issues brought up by the proponents of this amendment in order. First of all, the religious exemption proposed under the amendment is not necessary because in the underlying bill there is no mention of religious beliefs nor any attempt to regulate religious beliefs. I would also note that in the underlying bill, the Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices are fully protected under the state constitution and fully recognized in the underlying bill. As far as adding a birth attendant exemption, this would defeat the purpose of requiring licensure for midwives in the first place, because the amendment has no definition of what a birth attendant actually is. There are no qualifications or standards to be a birth attendant, therefore no protection for mothers nor infants, which is the full intent of this bill. Third, the portfolio evaluation process that is proposed by this amendment should not be a pathway for licensure because it fails to meet international and national standards. I would note that the bill proposes adopting the accreditation standards of the Midwifery Education Accreditation Council. All 37 states that license midwives recognize such accreditation as a path to licensure. Since the Midwifery Educational Accreditation Council established its first school in 2002, only 5 states, again, only 5 states allow the portfolio evaluation process as a pathway to licensure. For all these reasons, Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues reject the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Any further comments? Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the proposed amendment.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, our state has a troubling history with how we have dealt with Native Hawaiian traditional cultural practice. We can think back, before the time of statehood to, for instance, the early attempts to criminalize hula, the Hawaiian language, the basic practice of Hawaiian religion. These are all parts of our history, and which is also one of the reasons why in the 1978 Constitutional Convention, the framers of that document made sure that there's language in there that protects Hawaiian traditional customary practices, subject to the ability of the state to regulate those practices. Now, this bill rightfully incorporates that language, it references that language in the exemption clause, which means, therefore, that it's up to our body to be one of the bodies that decides what that regulation looks like. And so it's really important, then, that this amendment provides for the PEP pathway for accreditation for licensure. And the reason why I believe that it's so important is for the reasons outlined by previous speakers. The people who carry on these traditions, primarily the mothers, the midwives, and other birth workers, their ability to carry on those traditions is incumbent on the ability to access training and legal abilities to practice those traditions. If we have to go someplace far, far away, it makes it that much harder to practice those traditions. It reminds me, frankly, of the way in which, we all love going to the beach. One of the reasons why we're able to go to access public beaches in Hawaii is because of traditional rights, carried on since the kingdom times to access public beaches. It's enshrined in, for instance, in the Pash lawsuit. Yet we still see instances where people, property owners, put up gates preventing access to public shorelines. My analogy, Speaker, is that what we see in the original bill in taking away that ability to use the PEP pathway is it's akin to putting up a gate to access these traditional customary rights. So I will vote in favor of the amendment because it does provide that access. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In strong support of the amendment.
Please proceed.
So it's my understanding, my position, that this measure needs to be amended to expand rather than restrict access to midwifery, as it currently does. As currently written, this bill effectively excludes local midwives, particularly Native Hawaiian, and those in rural communities, not by language, but by the erasure of language. The amendment helps to add in exemptions and add in pathways to access that will change the effects of this measure. And by recognizing these alternative licensure pathways, which has been mentioned before, we can remove some barriers. So if we're committed to equity and reproductive justice, we need to work on removing these barriers. House Bill 1194 should include, as has been mentioned, the portfolio evaluation process, PEP, as a recognized pathway to licensure. The North American Registry of Midwives, NARM, offers two rigorous routes to certification, the MEEK pathway and the PEP pathway. The MEEK pathway requires graduation from one of 8 accredited schools, none of which exist in Hawaii, just to clarify and reassert that fact. And the PEP pathway, which offers midwives the opportunity to train through supervised apprenticeships. Both pathways require extensive hands-on experience and passing the same standardized exam. NARM has affirmed that they are equally rigorous, and more than half of all certified professional midwives, CPMs, nationally are credentialed through the PEP. Yet HB 1194 excludes this proven route, making licensure nearly impossible for many aspiring midwives in Hawaii. Currently, under this exclusionary approach, None of the 42 licensed midwives are Native Hawaiians, and only one of the 42 licensed midwives is born and raised in Hawaii. So licensure, from my view, is it should not be a tool of exclusion. And I say this as someone who takes licensure very seriously as a teacher. Regulation must be established to ensure safety and accountability, but without blocking qualified professionals from serving their communities. We need to expand our pathways. By expanding these licensure pathways, we can support local midwives and increase our access to culturally competent care. HB 1194 has the potential to be an equity-centered bill if we amend it. I urge my colleagues to support these changes as the bill moves so that we can pass a measure that uplifts our local midwives and ensures that all local families, all Hawaii families, have the care they need. Mahalo.
Representative Ichiyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
May I have permission to insert written comments to the journal?
So ordered.
And I have a few brief comments. I'm in opposition to the proposed floor amendment because it directly contradicts the recommendation of the Office of the Auditor in its recent sunset analysis on the regulation of the profession of midwifery, report number 25-03. In analyzing whether HRS Chapter 457J should sunset, the auditor looked to our own state laws on regulation of professions. HRS Chapter 26H-2 states that the legislature hereby adopts the following policies regarding the regulation of certain professions and vocations. The regulation and licensing of professions and vocations shall be undertaken only where reasonably necessary to protect the health, safety, or welfare of consumers of the services. The purpose of the regulation shall be the protection of the public welfare and not of that of the regulated profession or vocation. Therefore, after its analysis, the auditor's office concluded that based on the significant health and safety risks posed to consumers, the auditor recommended full licensure of midwives. Creating a broad exemption for birth attendants, as proposed in the current floor amendment, would make licensure meaningless and contradict the recommendations of the auditor. The auditor's report also found that current pathways are reasonable. It noted that current requirements for MEC-accredited schooling do not, and I quote, unreasonably restrict the entry into the profession of midwifery. Balanced against the risk to the mother and the newborn under the care of the midwife, the requirements to practice midwifery in Hawaii are not arbitrary and, in fact, are consistent with the requirements imposed by other states that regulate midwives. For those reasons, I'm in opposition to the floor amendment. Thank you.
Representative Belatti for the second time.
Thank you. In brief rebuttal and request to insert written comments.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in brief rebuttal to the Chair of Health, with respect to the fact that the underlying bill does not address religious concerns, our obligation when we look at a law is to see if it's going to be applied fairly. And while the bill may not have explicitly called out religious practices, we do know that we are a cosmopolitan community. We do know that there are Jewish midwives who may be affected. We know that there are other religions that have midwifery practices, and we need to actively, proactively support and protect those religious practices when we know there might be a flaw. As I have stated with the underlying law, I have advised members of this body that there was potential challenges. And no matter what the auditor may determine, we have to determine it. And then it is the courts to determine the constitutionality. And in this instance, the underlying bill has flaws that we need to address in order to protect and balance our constitutional obligations. Secondly, Madam Speaker, with respect to, again, what the auditor has recommended, the provision of the traditional birth attendant does have consumer protections in this floor amendment. And so it balances the protections for traditional, customary, religious practices with the need to protect our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, any further comments on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Cochrane.
Thank you, Speaker. And there was mention about international standards, and as I understand, that's
Again, are you for or against?
for the amendment, yes.
Please proceed.
Support.
For the second time.
Yes, thank you. These international standards that were stated is inapplicable to our country because we have, they apply to countries that don't have a certifying type of body, but we have NARM, North American, the North American, what is it, NARM? Registry of Midwives, to be the, that type of certifying body. And this, you know, we need to, I just feel like fighting this corporate colonization from the medical profession here. I just feel like this bill needs to open and broaden the participation of anyone who chooses to go down this path. And as currently written, it is very limiting. So, and again, I'm very supportive of this amendment moving forward and to decriminalize this practice that is, you know, on the line of traditional cultural practitioner. And also, you know, flying over here, I was thinking about Moses and, you know, Jesus told them to kill him, and the midwives were set him free down the river, you know. So they're always been here from eons ago, protecting, you know, women, babies, and childbirth. And so this is what I'm hoping at the end of the day we can make these amendments to support that. So mahalo for this opportunity.
Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment before us? Representative Takayama for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, in opposition to the proposed floor amendment. I would like to remind my colleagues, Madam Speaker, that the reason for the underlying bill is to enact professional standards of training, experience, and knowledge for midwives, so that all expectant mothers can be assured of a safe quality of care when they utilize the services of a licensed midwife, just as when they see a medical doctor or an advanced practice nurse. Madam Speaker, I believe the proposed amendment weakens the standards proposed by the bill itself, and therefore I ask that the amendment be rejected. Thank you.
If there are no further comments, members, we are going to take a voice vote. Representative Iwamoto.
I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Okay, all those in, we will ask for a vote on the roll call. All those in favor of a roll call vote, please signify such by raising your hands. Mr. Clerk, is there a sufficient number of votes? Keep your hands up.
Madam Speaker, there is a sufficient number of hands.
Okay. The floor, okay, so please, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Alcos? Ms. Amato? Ms. Bellotti? Mr. Chun? Ms. Cochran? Mr. Evslin? Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garrett? Ms. Grandinetti? Mr. Hashem? Mr. Holt? Mr. Hussey? Ms. Ichiyama? Mr. Iligan? Ms. Iwamoto? Ms. Kahaloa? Ms. Capella? Ms. Kohokapu Liloy? Mr. Kila? Ms. Kitagawa? Mr. Kong? Mr. Cush? Ms. LaChica, Ms. Lamosao, Mr. Lee, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Miyake, Ms. Morikawa, Mr. Muraoka, Mr. Olds, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirrick,
Excused.
Ms. Poi Poi, Mr. Quinlan, Ms. Reyes Oda, Mr. Sayama, Mr. Shimizu, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takeyama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Ms. Templo, Mr. Todd, Mr. Ward,
Excused.
Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita, Madam Speaker.
No.
Madam Speaker, we count 15 ayes, 34 noes, and 2 excused.
The floor amendment has failed. Members, we're back on the main motion. Standing Committee Report number 1168. Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, I have a second floor amendment to offer, but I think this probably could go more quickly. I have a second floor amendment to offer.
Please proceed. Oh, Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Madam Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 3 have been distributed.
Representative Belatti.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Souza.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because this bill deals with such important, critical areas of the law and concerns so many important constitutional protections, this floor amendment is offered to ensure further discussion before it leaves our chambers by adding, most importantly, a defective date of June 29, 2000 to make sure that there is further consideration and work to be done to address the concerns raised. This also includes a severability clause for Chapter 457J. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I would also like the words of the representative from Makiki inserted into the record as my own.
So ordered.
And I also do want to express the importance of the severability clause. As everyone could tell with just the previous floor amendment, that there are concerns, and we need to make sure that we have the proper legal remedy in place by explicitly stating the severability clause in this particular bill in order to rectify any issues that could potentially be a problem in the future without rendering the entire bill invalid, and just that portion invalid if a court deems in the future that there are problems with this particular bill as we've brought up. I also would like to express the importance of the defective date to signify that this bill is still a work in progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Takayama,
Madam Speaker, thank you. In opposition,
please proceed.
I oppose the amendment because I believe it is neither warranted nor necessary. As far as the severability clause, HRS 1-23 already provides for severability for all enacted measures. As far as adding a defective date, I would note to the members that this measure has been thoroughly discussed in not one, not two, but 3 committees. By my count, it's undergone more than 5 hours of hearings before the Health and Consumer Protection and Finance committees, and we believe that it is ready for enactment. The Senate, which is to consider this measure, is free to disagree with us. But again, I ask my colleagues to reject this amendment as unnecessary and unwarranted. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, Representative Belatti.
Sorry, brief rebuttal. Just because, again, this measure
Are you
affects- in support of the floor amendment.
Please proceed.
Because this can affect so many lives and constitutional protections, our custom and practice in this building has been to send over bills that are truly works in progress over to the other chamber with defective dates. And to honor that custom and practice, if there are any concerns that this underlying bill could be problematic, could expend and use state resources at a time when we need our litigators to be litigating other things, I urge that this body send a clear message to the other chamber that there are problems with the underlying bill by supporting this floor amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? If not, members, we're going to take a voice vote.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to.
Representative Souza.
Thank you. Also, brief rebuttal. Still in strong support of the floor amendment. Can I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the fact that we're just trying to do our due diligence with this floor amendment so that we can add the legal aspect of the severability clause to make sure that the entirety of the bill is not rendered invalid. If any portion is deemed invalid, it will not render the entire bill invalid. And also, every bill so far, to my knowledge, that we're currently moving over to the Senate has a defective date. And so I will reiterate that that is our custom and practice in this building. And that's just to my knowledge. I could be wrong. But we're simply doing our due diligence with this particular amendment. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, members, we're going to take a voice vote. Vote aye if you are in favor of the floor amendment. Vote no if you are opposed to the floor amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The floor amendment has failed. Members, we are back to the main motion. Any discussion on HCR 1168? Representative Alcos.
On this bill, I oppose. Just to me, it's like helping people was a way of life all this time. Before hospitals was in there, someone getting hurt, fell down, there was someone in your community being able to help, being able to support someone out there that needs medical assistance. Midwives are just trying to do the right thing, the things to help someone out. But it seems like every time they're running to help that person, there's red tapes, more red tapes or a hurdle they have to jump over. Another hurdle puts in the way, they have to jump over to help that person. And all they're trying to do is do their job in what we was trained to do. When we see someone get hurt, nowadays you're gonna be like, don't touch them, because you're not a doctor. Someone fall off a tree or someone get in a car accident, don't touch them, because maybe they're NECU, not a doctor. But in this situation, they've been practicing this for mostly all their lives. It's not an amateur just going in there and doing the work. This comes between safety. And if you're in a remote location and you don't have the access to help these mothers that giving birth, or the way that they was always there to run to an area to help this person, I think that government is overreach, state is overreach, and clear their path, take away the hurdles, and let them be able to help. And I think it's a good thing in helping families out there. So for that, I'm up. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. Representative Martin.
I stand in strong support.
Please proceed.
This bill mostly details the scope of practice for licensed midwives, allowing them to serve women in our state to the full extent of their training. However, the major motivation of the bill is to keep mothers and their much anticipated babies as safe as possible when they choose a birth in an out-of-hospital setting. Consumers will enjoy a broader range of services within the home birth or other birth setting, including diagnostic testing, the use of prescription medication, and medical devices within their licensed midwife scope of practice. The accredited education required provides consumers of home birth services with assurance that their midwife has certain skills and knowledge. Having a license also gives consumers a path for recourse in the case of malpractice. The bill includes an unconditional exemption for traditional and customary Native Hawaiian practices as guaranteed in the Hawaii Constitution. This addresses fully the court ruling that found the recognition by Papa'ololokahi Kupuna councils too restrictive. For those that do choose to become a licensed professional midwife in our state, there are options for fully online coursework and local clinical preceptors, which costs about $15,000 total. A typical home birth fee is $9,000, so direct costs for such an education could be recuperated with just a few clients. The safety net will remain in place in our emergency rooms for failed home births, but it is my hope that with these regulations, the safety net will be used less frequently than it is today, and that failed home births will no longer account for a disproportionate number of patients in our neonatal ICU, found in our only scientific study of the impact of planned home births. This is not a bill that was made in a vacuum. This is a bill that responds to an actual problem in our communities and in our hospitals when things go very poorly in an unregulated industry where mothers and sometimes their deceased infant ends up in the hospital to have that death recorded in the hospital, even though it was not due to a hospital service, it was due to an unregulated industry. For those reasons, I support this bill.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
This bill clarifies the scope of midwifery practice in the state, carves out exceptions for traditional Native Hawaiian healers performing cultural rites as protected by the Hawaii State Constitution, as well as clarifies the process for renewals and exemptions for licensure. While I understand the necessity of heightened regulation stemming from reports published by the auditor and the vitality of competent care for mothers and babies, I still have concerns unaddressed by the current language. I acknowledge that the evolution of the House drafts were attempts by the respective committees to strike a balance between regulation and feasibility for local midwives to practice seamlessly in the state. However, I still feel that there are some matters left unresolved. The House Draft 1 created greater clarity for Native Hawaiian traditional practitioners to be able to continue their practices uninterrupted, but I believe that this piece requires greater strengthening to ensure that cultural and spiritual birth practices are clearly protected. Additionally, the current language of the bill fails to adopt an amendment including the PEP midwifery bridge pathway to be accepted for those who obtain it after January 1st, 2020, providing local student midwives with equitable access to licensure. Furthermore, the current language does not allow certified professional midwives to practice to their fullest scope of training, which can ultimately reduce out-of-pocket costs to families who choose these healthcare professionals. Finally, this bill has an effective date which prohibits further discussion. This is concerning as it is very nuanced and complex issues require more collective discussion. For these reasons, I oppose.
Any further discussion? Representative Cochrane.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in very strong opposition, and
please proceed.
You know, there was another bill, HB 1328, which I felt really was given a chance. And in that in itself, just the beauty of it being a bipartisan bill, you know, having support from both houses was incredible in itself. And you saw that in the floor amendments too, so I appreciate that. But this bill was written by so many people from across the nation and our families and our practitioners right here in our Hawaii.
Representative Cochrane, are you talking about HB 1194?
I'm saying why I don't support it, and the reason being is because there was something on the floor. It was not given its due diligence. I heard that things have been vetted thoroughly. Well, I beg to differ on that. You know, this bill was side by side with this 1194, and this moved forward with 75 in support, 300 in opposition, versus the other bill that had 700 plus in support. So I don't know what that is. I listen to my constituents and the voters and the voices of the community that I represent. And what I represent is House District 14 with rural communities. You know, thank God for people like Ki'i Kaho'ohanohano, who was there after the fire to help our pregnant women. There was no services. Till today, we don't have services on our side of the island when the road shut down. We have one hospital on that entire island. And rural areas like Kahakaloa, I flew off a cliff driving that road. That is not a safe road. God forbid someone has some type of emergency, you know, a mother giving birth, trying to give birth. Ha'ena, where your island. Puna, you know, it's like statewide, we need this practice. And I just don't get why it has been controversial since the day I arrived on this floor. It is so heartbreaking because people's lives are endangered, and these are mothers, I believe, who should have the choice. This is what it's about too. Choice of who they want to attend their birth, such a sacred thing in a mother's, you know, in a female's life. And this is prohibiting. And for us to get our traditional cultural practitioners and our people of Hawaii to raise into this level and to pursue their practice, this is hindering all of it. So I don't agree at all with this. And thank you to Chair Bellotti, who tried to amend this to avoid us, this body, from being taken into litigation. You know, there is a litigation that you know, had put out that won in court, and yet this isn't even taking that into consideration. I take offense to that. So I'm very emotional about this subject, and I just wish that people could see it too. So thank you for this time, opportunity for me to speak my piece.
Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. I'd like
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like the words of the representative from Lahaina to be entered into the record as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Garcia.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Muraoka.
Same request.
So ordered. Representative Ichiyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
Permission to insert written comments into the journal.
Please, so ordered.
And I would just like to share with my colleagues a story that I received from a former client of an unlicensed person. And I've edited this story so that their personal details are not revealed, because this person has been bullied and has sometimes been hesitant to come forward to share her story because of the personal attacks that she has been subjected to. She wrote to me, and I quote, "In strong support of House Bill 1194, House Draft 1, to renew and update the midwife licensure law in Hawaii, I'm sharing the very unfortunate and deeply personal circumstances of the home birth of my child. He was born in Hawaii under the care of a person calling themselves a midwife. My son is non-ambulatory, nonverbal, 100% disabled, and requires full care with feeding, diapering, positioning, etc. Due to the lack of unregulated licensure and no oversight of the practice of midwifery in the state of Hawaii, my son has irreversible brain damage and lifelong repercussions. After my son's birth injuries, I attempted to file a complaint with RICO. Unfortunately, because there was no regulation, no licensure, no reporting, no accountability, no requirement for liability insurance of any form, the case was dropped. I love my son above all else and have dedicated my life to his care and ever-changing needs. I have the support of my family, his care team, and friends. Despite that support, his care is fully my responsibility. I do not wish for any other family to experience the type of delivery I had with an unlicensed midwife whose work was unregulated and unmonitored. It's a public threat. And I share that very personal story from a mom here in Hawaii of the impact that this has on a family and the importance that was recognized by the state auditor in not one, not two, but 3 separate reports stating that the services provided by a midwife to a mother and a newborn are such that full licensure is necessary. So for those reasons, I'm in support of House Bill 1194. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Belatti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed for the second time. Or is this your first? Okay.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that heartbreaking story of the previous speaker. As health chair, I led the effort in many ways to ensure that we really had a strong regulation for midwives. I began that process with then health chair, who is now our current governor, and it took many, many years to get us to this point. There have been so many heartbreaking stories along the way. But I would note that there has been no complaint that I know of when the current law was in place that recognized traditional birth attendants and provided consumer protections, such as the plan if there were to be some need to go to the hospital, where there was disclosures and informed consents between the practicing midwife, or birth attendant, and the mother who was choosing that birth setting. And this is a hard area. I myself am a mother. I would not choose a home birth. I would choose the medical hospital setting. But also as a woman who believes that that act of birthing is a choice. That is the mother's choice. The current law and this bill, with its criminalization of some of those practices that we have seen can result in good outcomes and has not resulted in any complaints while those same protections were in place for the last several years, shows to me that there is a pathway for a better law, and that as it currently stands, the criminalization, the erasure of what we know are some very good practitioners in our community is something that we cannot allow for this bill to do. So as this bill hopefully continues to move forward, noting that my own opposition, there is a framework, a place for this bill to be improved. But as it currently stands, as it is drafted, I am in opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Takayama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, in support.
Please proceed.
And I believe it's important to recognize in the Vice Speaker's comments the importance of preserving a woman's right to choose their preferred method of safe birth. The bill proposes professional standards of training, experience, and knowledge for midwives so that expectant mothers can be assured of a safe quality of care. And again, this measure fully recognizes the constitutionally protected role of Native Hawaiian traditional practices performed by traditional Hawaiian healers. For all those reasons, I ask my colleagues to support this important bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Cochrane, followed by Representative Tam.
Thank you, Speaker, for my second time around. And
in opposition or support?
Still in opposition.
Please proceed.
And so, I'm so sad, to hear about the negative impacts, that have occurred. But there's always a risk on every level, in the hospital, out of the where, whichever practices. But again, and I think that all the people I've spoken to, the different people from different countries I've spoken to, midwives are part of their everyday working, and hospitals they work in conjunction with, and they welcome the practice of midwifery within their medical institutions and facilities. We don't, and that's what boggles my mind also. And I was speaking to a guy, we were working together in the yard, and his wife, they did both, hospital and he goes, hands down, both of them would do home births because of the process with your midwifery, your midwife that follows you from before, during, and after. You build this really tight, close relationship with, versus book a appointment in and out, and this is a relationship building. And so it's such a beautiful type of setting, and the surrounding of your own home versus a cold type of environment in a hospital type of thing. And so again, I think this is such a needed experience for, it's an option, but also everybody I've spoken to that have experienced midwifery practice and giving birth at home has nothing but beautiful and positive comments to say about it. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there are always risks involving anything of this, but so far you can prove both sides that there's negative, but talking about, it's seemingly that people are pointing, that are supportive of the bill are pointing that midwifery is dangerous. And it's killed, and it's maimed, and it's a negative practice, which I beg to differ and totally do not concur with because of the comments I've heard internationally and here also. So I urge everyone to please support it. It's due, it's way overdue. As Chair Belatti had mentioned, that it's been a work in progress for a long time, and please support it.
Representative Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In support.
Please proceed.
I would just like to have the words of the representative from Waimanalo, the representative from Salt Lake, as well as our health chair's words inserted into the journal as if it was my own, and permission to provide for you comments as well.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill for many of the reasons that were said on the floor, but I do want to make a note of clarification that House Bill 1328 was given a fair hearing on February 10th, so that the comments made by the representative from Lahaina regarding this bill not giving its fair day is utterly false.
Any further discussion? Representative Hussey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In opposition.
Please proceed.
I also would like to appreciate the Vice Speaker for sharing that very emotional story, and it is quite unfortunate. I can also share my own family's story, if I may, which is that we have had 3 children, 2 of which were born at home with a midwife, and a third which was born in a hospital, in a birthing center with a midwife. And I think also we preferred the 2 that were born at home. Not the kids, but the experience. And part of it is simply that, it was a context and a setting in which in which my wife was able to exercise her full choice, as a mother, about the birthing experience that she wanted for herself and for our children. So I just wanted to enter that into the record and to provide some additional context. And the final thing I wanted to mention, Madam Speaker, is simply that, this is in reply to comments made earlier by the representative from Waimanalo, is I guess fundamentally my experience as a father who has dealt with midwives and et cetera, is that my sense is that it's a community of people that does not think of it as an industry. The comments were about it being an unregulated industry, but fundamentally, I believe that these are people who are doing work out of love and out of a desire to provide the best possible care for mothers. So thank you very much.
Representative, it's getting late for me. Representative
Martin.
I think I need some food.
Second time in support. Yes, we all need sugar in our bloodstream. I just wanted to say that this is not an anti-midwife bill or an anti-home birth or birthing center bill. It, in fact, allows for a better, more full, safer standard of care in those settings. If you are Native Hawaiian, you can still do whatever you want, wherever you want, with no regulation from the state. If you are not, then you are asked to go through a standardized training so that we not only have a standard of care that is basic consumer protection, but also there is a recourse. And for those of us who sat through the hearings, it wasn't one story of a child that is now needing permanent care by its family and permanent financial support from the state. But we heard so many stories from healthcare providers, pediatricians, as well as OBGYNs that are tasked with saving these mothers and trying to save the babies when they can, when they are dropped off after failed home births. And it is heartbreaking for them. They are trained to provide a certain standard of care themselves, and they are held to very strict training standards, investment in their education, malpractice, liability, reviews, etc. And they have these mothers dropped off, and most often the birth attendant does not come in, and it is their job to suddenly clean up the mess. They never castigate the mother or make them feel bad for their choice, right? It is their role. They want people to come in. They want people to feel comfortable coming in. So they never put that on the mother. And I have heard some stories where they have had a mother in ICU for 4 days and later saw a post on social media saying she had such a great home birth experience. So I don't know to what extent the mothers don't understand that a healthy mother with a healthy pregnancy should not be in ICU for 4 days, but this is a kind of situation that we are faced with. And it is a regulation of this industry and standards and recourse for malpractice that motivates me to support this bill.
Any further comments? Representative Peruso?
In opposition, and I just,
What is your position?
In opposition.
Thank
Yes.
you. Please proceed.
So, and basically, on the same grounds that I articulated earlier with respect to the amendment, but I would also like to request to insert additional comments in the journal.
So ordered.
For the sake of time.
Appreciate that. Representative Lechica.
Madam Speaker, in strong support, and may please adopt the words of the Health Chair, the representative from Lanikai, as well as the Vice Speaker into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
And just brief comment, I mean, as a mom, like many of you who have had to endure many, many hours of labor, thankfully and very gratefully have had 2 very beautiful children. I mean, this involves critical, quick decision-making, anesthesia, drugs, and I mean, I just believe that, every mother and every newborn just deserves the best possible care. So, strong support, Madam Speaker.
Are there any other comments? Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition. Just a brief comment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I feel that this bill is just not robust enough. I think it's still a work in progress. Thank you to Vice Speaker for sharing that very heartbreaking story and for sharing her perspectives. I also feel that there's no explicit safeguards, or not enough explicit safeguards within the bill, especially when it comes to Native Hawaiian cultural and traditional practitioners. Thank you.
Representative Belatti for the second time.
Yes, in opposition for the second time, just a request to insert written comments.
Please, so ordered. Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you, Speaker. In opposition, but I also want to acknowledge and appreciate, I know this was a big lift and it was a work in progress for a really long time, so I just want to acknowledge the work that went into the bill. I have a very new concern that it's just a very new concern based on what's going on in our government. I'm thinking about, in my district, thousands and thousands of constituents, residents on Medicaid. And Medicaid is, I think, expected to become increasingly unstable, uncertain, whether or not they're going to continue to have their coverage. If expectant mothers lose coverage, they may not have the choice to access hospital or clinical birth options, and home birth may be their only option, especially from neighbor islands that have to travel to Oahu sometimes weeks ahead of time. That cost just cannot be covered without insurance. So that's newly on my mind. I wish it didn't have to be, but it is. And so, yeah, I think for me, keeping accessible home birth resources in our neighborhoods and communities for underserved areas is part of the reason for my opposition. Thank you.
Any further comments? If not, we'd like to call a recess subject to the call of the chair, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Calling the meeting back to order. We are on Standing Committee Report 1169. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the recommendation contained in Standing Committee Report number 1169, I move that House Bill number 1118 HD2 be recommitted to the Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Madam Speaker.
Representative Garcia.
In support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Majority Caucus Leader for doing the right thing in sending this bill back to committee. It was mentioned earlier about public testimony in committee hearings, and I just want to note that why I'm supporting this recommittal is that there was over 2,000 pieces of testimony submitted against this bill in the JHA committee, just over 100 in support. The people of Hawaii have spoken, so this is the right thing. Thank you very much. In support.
Representative Matsumoto.
In support.
Please proceed.
And if I could have the words of the previous speaker inserted into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Takayama.
In support, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
I just want to note that I totally agree with the words of the Minority Floor Leader that they were indeed thousands of pieces of testimony in opposition to the bill. To me, the strong message was that there are many, many people who totally misunderstand the importance of vaccinations to our communities and our islands. And I call on the governor to speak out urgently and firmly on the importance of protecting, especially our children who are most at risk of contracting potentially fatal diseases. Thank you.
Representative Muraoka.
Madam Speaker, can I have the words of my colleague from Kapolei inserted as if they were my own?
So ordered. Representative Alcos.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say, all right, in support.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion is carried. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 40, STANCOM report number 1154, HB number 649, HD1, Rep. Cochran votes no. On page 41, STANCOM report number 1160, HB number 277, HD2, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 42, STANCOM report number 1161, HB number 367, HD2, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. STANCOM report number 1163, HB number 826, HD2, the following vote no. Peruso, Poi Poi. STANCOM report number 1164, HB number 661, HD2, the following vote no. Amato, Belatti, Grandinetti, Holt, Kahaloa, Kila, Martin, Peruso, Poi Poi. On page 43, STANCOM report number 1166, HB number 476, HD2, the following vote no. Amato, Kong. STANCOM report number 1167, HB number 1308, HD3, the following vote no. Belatti, Garrett, Grandinetti, Iwamoto, Martin, Matayoshi, Peruso, Templo. For STANCOM report number 1168, HB number 1194, HD2, the following vote no. Amato, Belatti, Cochran, Grandinetti, Hussey, Iwamoto, Peruso, Poi Poi.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 39, SCR 1141, House Bill 664, House Draft 1, Reps Garcia, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Souza vote no. SCR 1144, HB 370, HD2, Reps Garcia, Muraoka, and Reyes Oda votes no. SCR 1146, HB 990, House Draft 2, Garcia votes no. Page 40, SCR 1151, HB 316, House Draft 1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. SCR 1154, House Bill 649, House Draft 1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Souza vote no. Page 41, SCR 1159, House Bill 229, House Draft 1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Shimizu, and Souza vote no. SCR 1160, House Bill 277, House Draft 2, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, vote no. On SCR 1162, House Bill 420, House Draft 3, Rep Muraoka votes no. Page 43, SCR 1166, House Bill 476, House Draft 2, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Souza vote no. SCR 1167, House Bill 1308, House Draft 3, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Reyes Oda votes no. SCR 1168, House Bill 1194, House Draft 2, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Souza votes no.
Have all votes been cast?
Madam Speaker,
Representative Hussey.
there's one item I missed earlier. I'm sorry. SCR 1155. I'd like to please record a WR and permission to insert remarks into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Amato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize. I must have failed to submit a green slip for SCR 1122, HB 1097 HD1. I wish to register my no vote.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Reyes, oh, excuse me. Okay, 1122 is not on this list that we're voting on. Okay, so we will disregard that. Representative Reyes Oda.
Thank you. Ikalamai, I'm still learning, so I have to make two corrections. One is on, both of them are on page 42. For SCR 1161, if I can be marked as a yes. And for
So ordered.
And 1162 as with reservations.
So ordered. Representative Takayama.
Madam Speaker, I apologize for failing to turn in my green slip. I was distracted. Stancom 1167, HB 1308. Please register a no vote.
So ordered. Any other votes? Okay. With the exception of HB 1118, HD2, said House bills passed third reading. We're now on to item 6B, third reading. Representative Todd.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House bills listed on pages 44 through 49 pass third reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on these items beginning with HB 850 HD1? Excuse me, Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 850 HD1.
So ordered.
Thank you. This bill, so I've been working with the community advocates for a while now regarding safeguards to consumer protections related to condo ownership. And a lot of them, for many years now, have raised concerns around proxy voting. And while I appreciate that this bill expands the use of electronic voting and other mechanisms that hopefully will decrease the use of proxy voting, this bill actually further authorizes proxy voting, which is a problem raised by a lot of condo owners because the management companies of the condos, they basically have all the access to emails, phone numbers, mailing addresses to the individual owners. So when there's a proxy vote, they can actually, and say they're going for a new director, their access always benefits the status quo or the current board members. So if they're if the new directors want to have new leadership, it's really, really hard when there's a use of proxies that are executed or managed by the management company. I circulated a PDF form that actually shows a very current version of what's happening, and it clearly shows that the management companies are in favor, oftentimes, of the current sitting board members. Thank you.
HB number 1091, HD1. HB 892, HD1. HB 125, HD1. At the top of page 45.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Souza.
For House Bill number 125 HD1.
Okay.
With reservations, thank you.
So ordered.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Representative Cochran.
Sorry, I missed HB 1091. If we can go back, sorry.
Okay, we're on HB 125, HD1. No one has any concerns. We'll go back to HB number 1091, HD1.
Yes. The relating,
Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Speaker. WR with this, it's requiring the counties to take on new sewer line infrastructure, and so much as that has gone into Lahaina after the wildfire, built under the recovery and disaster dislocated communities. So that's a tall order, but again, WR, I don't see anything really being vetted or comments from the county itself, but that's my take on it. Thank you.
Moving on then to the top of page 45, HB number 127, HD1. HB 128, HD1. Representative Amato.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
With reservations.
So ordered. Moving on to HB number 141, HD1. HB number 372, HD1.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Are we going back to number 141?
Yes.
Okay, HD1, Representative Garcia.
In opposition.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, this bill would require that all the appointees to the Elections Commission go through the advice and consent of the State Senate. As I've said on second reading on this bill, this defeats the purpose of having a true bipartisan elections commission. Think about it for a moment. Each party, Democrat and Republican, should have the ability to appoint who they want to sit on this commission because it is a bipartisan commission. And people from both parties should be selected by party leadership to sit on this commission. Going through the advise and consent of the Senate gives power to the party in power, which is currently the Democratic Party, to veto our appointees to the commission. In recent months and these last few years, Elections Commission meetings have gotten quite contentious. They've gone for hours, people going back and forth, lots of emotions flying around, but this is not the solution to give the party in control veto power over the minority's appointments to the Elections Commission. So, no vote.
Representative Hussey.
WR on the same measure, and please, if you could please insert the remarks of my colleague from Kapolei into the journal as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving on to...
Madam Speaker.
Oops. Representative Tam.
In support.
Please proceed.
I would just like the remarks that I made on February 27th on this floor to be inserted into the journal as if they were made today.
So ordered.
And I would like to also add that this bill, in support again, is not about what's happening in meetings. It's all about transparency. If you look at many of our boards and commissions right now, a lot of them require advice and consent from the Senate. The Senate has the ability to vet them, as well as accept public testimony. The public deserves a right to know who's going to be working on their elections, who's going to oversee our election workers, who's going to oversee our chief elections officer. I balk at the notion that this is all intended by bad meetings. This is not. This is all about transparency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just a brief, well, first off, permission to insert written comments to the journal.
So ordered.
And brief comment. Essentially, this advise and consent process will not change the partisan balance on the Elections Commission. The Republican appointees and the Democrat appointees will remain the same in number. And so I noticed a lot of testimony coming out of the Judiciary Committee basically said that, now we're going to have an Elections Commission that's going to be full of Democrats or full of the majority party, essentially, and that's incorrect. And so the partisan balance will remain. Thank you.
Representative Garcia for the second time.
In opposition still. Yes, the commission will still remain with the same amount of appointees from both parties, but again, that's not the point. The point is our appointees are now subject to the approval of the Democratic Party that holds the majority in committee and on the floor in the state Senate. We are not a balanced legislature. There's just 3 minority members in the Senate. There's no way that our appointees could get a fair trial, a fair hearing, and a fair vote without partisan politics involved. We are all partisan. The Elections Commission is bipartisan, but the appointees are indeed partisan, and they should remain that way. Thank you.
Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still in support.
Please
and just
proceed.
A brief rebuttal to that. The advise and consent process is simply to make sure that the appointees are unbiased, they're able to do the work that they are tasked to do on the Elections Commission, and that's really important. We really need that checks and balance on the appointee process. For instance, on the House side, for the Republican appointees, it's the House Minority Leader who selects 2 members currently on the Elections Commission, and I think it's interesting how one person has the ultimate say in who's on the Elections Commission, and that is actually in reference to all seats, whether it's the Senate President or you, Madam Speaker. As far as the appointees, there should be a second checks and balance. There should be a second set of eyes, and that is the process of the advise and consent process in the Senate. That's the checks and balance on the system. So we need people who are actually going to do the very important work of the Elections Commission, and it should not be subject to personal decisions. There should be that extra set of eyes, and the Senate should subject these appointees to the advise and consent process. Thank you.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
When we have time, if we can go back to SCR 819.
Sure. Are there any comments, again, on HB 141 HD1? Okay. And you want to go back to what number?
SCR 819 on the top of page 45.
Okay. Back to HB number 127, HD1.
if I can be entered as reservations. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving down to HB 372, HD1. Representative Amato.
With reservations.
So ordered. Okay, moving on to the next page, top of page 46, HB number 698, HD1. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, with reservations.
Please proceed.
No comment.
Okay. Representative Iwamoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reservations.
So ordered. HB number 392, HD1. HB number 893, HD1. HB number 137, HD1. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. At the top of page 47, HB number 381, HD1. HB number 988.
Oh, sorry,
Excuse me, go ahead. HB number 381, HD1.
Yes, please. WR, I guess I'm just not comfortable with the blanks in this bill that will change the procurement thresholds for small purchases. I get that it hasn't been vetted since the 90s or something, but again, I'd feel more comfortable if there was actual dollar amount to know what they're considered small purchases. Thank you.
So ordered. Moving on to HB number 988, HD1. HB number 115, excuse me. Are we at 988?
Yes.
HD1?
Yes.
Representative Cochran.
Yes, again, WR, I think this, if I'm understanding, this is giving the state for, well, the government bodies for pretty much state procurement to exempt things that they consider to be not in the best interest of the state. So I see a lot of decisions being made that's not in the best interest of places like my district or in the state. So I don't have full confidence that I agree with that. So thank you.
Okay, moving on to HB number 1155, HD1. Representative Reyes-Oda.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Yes, also with reservations.
So ordered.
With this, thank you.
Moving on to HB number 115, did we do 1155? HD1. Okay. HB number 1297, HD1. HB number 1414, HD1. Representative Souza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this measure, House Bill 1414 HD1, relating to procurement. The current language of the law in reference to procurement states, the contract shall be awarded with reasonable promptness by written notice to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder whose bid meets the requirements and criteria set forth in the invitation for bids. This bill will add additional language beyond this that states, provided that if the purchasing agency determines that an award made to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder is not in the best interest of the state, the head of the purchasing agency, with the approval of the chief procurement officer, may award the contract to the responsible and responsive bidder whose bid is most beneficial to taxpayers or otherwise in the best interest of the state. This creates a situation where the floodgates will open to ethical concerns and subjectivity in selecting contracts, which undermines the purpose of the procurement code. This was a single committee referral to Finance, where there was testimony in opposition to this measure from the Department of Accounting and General Services, the State Procurement Office, the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services, the City and County of Honolulu, and the General Contractors Association of Hawaii. I will elaborate more on highlights of the testimonies in opposition in my written comments, so at this time I am requesting to insert additional written comments into the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. Representative Cochran.
Chair, also reservations, and I'd like to enter the comments of District 43 as my own.
So ordered. Representative Bellotti.
Thank you. Please note my reservations.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
Reservations, please.
So ordered. Moving
Madam
on.
Speaker, right here.
Representative Lamasao.
In opposition and permission to insert comments in the journal. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Cochran. For the second time.
I'm sorry, not for this, but I just realized I made a mistake. If I can correct that from previous.
Okay, let's finish up. Any other comments on 1414? Okay, let's go back.
Okay, thank you. I believe I said WR and HB 988. I meant to, my comments and my WR actually was related to HB 1155.
Okay, so you want to take away your WR from HB 988?
Yes.
And you want to register
and apply it to 1155. Yes, thank you.
So ordered. Okay, we're moving on to HB 1145. HD1, Representative Iwamoto.
Reservations.
So ordered. HB number 1146, HD1. HB number 1369, HD1.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Iwamoto.
Sorry, reservations.
So ordered. Representative Peruso.
I was hoping to speak on HB 1146. My apologies. I was standing.
Okay, sorry, I did not see you. 1146. Okay.
It was the previous SCR.
Okay. Let's go back
999.
to HB 1146.
In strong opposition and request to insert written comments, please.
So ordered. Okay, moving on to HB 1369. Okay, moving on to the top of page 49, HB number 1439, HD1. Okay, Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 44, HB number 850 HD1, Stancom report number 811, Rep. Iwamoto votes no. HB number 125 HD1, Stancom report number 818, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 45, HB number 127 HD1, Stancom report number 819, the following vote no. Keela Kong. For HB number 128, HD1, Stancom report number 820, the following vote no. Chun, Holt, Keela, Kong, Lamosao. For HB number 141, HD1, Stancom report number 821, Rep. Keela votes no. On page 46, HB number 392, HD1, Stancom report number 827, Rep. Kong votes no. HB number 893, HD1, Stancom report number 828, the following vote no. Keela Kong. On page 47, HB number 1155, HD1, Stancom report number 992, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 48, HB number 1414, HD1, Stancom report number 995, the following vote no. Amato, Kong, Lamosao. For HB number 1146, HD1, Stancom report number 999, Rep. Peruso votes no.
Representative Garcia.
On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 44, SCR 817, HB 892, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Reyes Oda votes no. On SCR 818, House Bill 125, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, and Muraoka vote no. On page 45, SCR 819, House Bill 127, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 820, House Bill 128, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Reyes Oda votes no. SCR 821, House Bill 141, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, and Reyes Oda votes no. Page 46, SCR 827, House Bill 392, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, and Shimizu votes no. SCR 828, House Bill 893, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Souza votes no. SCR 829, House Bill 137, House Draft 1, Rep. Reyes Oda votes no. Page 47, SCR 992, House Bill 1155, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos and Muraoka votes no. SCR 994, House Bill 1297, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, and Muraoka vote no. Page 48, SCR 995, House Bill 1414, House Draft 1, Souza votes no. SCR 1003, House Bill 1369, House Draft 1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Muraoka, Shimizu, Reyes Oda, and Souza votes no.
Have all votes been cast? Said House bills pass third reading. Item number 7, introduction of resolutions. Mr. Clerk, are there any resolutions for action?
Madam Speaker, there are no resolutions for action. May all others be referred to print.
So ordered. Members, are there any announcements? Representative Tam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am doing this now because it's on Friday, but Friday is Tourism Chair, hosted by myself as well as my counterpart, the Tourism Chair in the Senate. Please join us as members of the industry will be on the fourth floor to talk about this important industry that employs so many of our local citizens. It will be a Friday, March 7th from 9 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. Thank you.
Representative Martin, I got your name this time.
Yeah, thank you for that. So tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. in room 430, we're going to be hosting an hour-long mock hearing for individuals with developmental disabilities to practice giving testimony. If anybody would like to participate, they would love to have an audience, please just contact my office. Thank you.
Any further announcements? If not, Representative Morikawa.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 12 o'clock noon Thursday.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon Thursday.